morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful uh day. And if you are not, come on in and we will try our best to make it better. Hi, hello, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, it is D&D time. Are you ready? Are you ready to have fun and watch good D&D? It's gonna be, I think today's episode's gonna be pretty emotional, so I'm nervous. Good morning, good morning. All of the players' characters are being reunited with some of their some of their past companions. So it's gonna be very interesting. Good morning, good morning. Do you all have your coffee? You have your coffee? Do you have your snacks? I have water. I kind of wish I had coffee. I might order some coffee. Who wants some coffee? Okay, chat. I'm taking orders now. Uh huh. Mhm. 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 Get your rogue, yeah. I ran out of rogue energy like 2 days ago. And I ordered some more, but it's taking so long to get here. Ugh. Ugh. It's taking so long. Yeah, thank you so much for the resubs, you guys. Can I get some coffee? Yes, you can. Yes, you may. I will order you some coffee. Thumbprint cookie? What is... Wait a minute. What is a thumbprint cookie? Hello? I'm not... What is a thumbprint cookie? Am I missing something awesome? I'm a bit of a cookie connoisseur, if you have... if you will. Well... Today... I do believe... Okay, computer's frozen. Nice, awesome. Oh, everything just started moving again. Perfect. I'm gonna order some of the rogue energy cans, because those were really good. I can't wait till they have the black cherry cans. Oh my god. Fuck me up. You hate sleep? I love sleep. I just hate that I have to do it. That's it for me. All right. Is everyone ready? Everyone ready for some Jones and Dragon? No. Well, I've got some bad news for you. It's Dungeons and Dragons time. if you would like to have your name proclaimed upon the VOD for the future VOD watchers, and to have yourself set in history of the game, you can type in the chat and have your message show up behind the Dungeon Master. Do it now. Yes. Hey, VOD watcher. That's perfect. Just say hello to all the VOD watchers of the world. Do you know, I was looking around the map, chat. I was looking around the map, and this little building right here, I don't know what this is, but I'm very interested. I'm very interested. I want to know what creature had to be that big to have those, like, those antlers made into houses. Unless that's just wood, but I'm just saying. It looks very interesting, and I want to go there. I want to go there. Hello, future me. Alright, shall we go say hello to our D&D cast? My wonderful chat. Hey, future me, good luck on Tuesday. Hey, Tank Banger, good luck on Tuesday. And if you're watching it today, good luck today. I think. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
How's it going, gamer?
My tummy hurts.
Your tummy hurts. Did you eat anything last night?
Yes, that's why it hurt.
What'd you eat?
I had ramen.
That's it?
How late?
It was like a time in the night.
Like right before I went to bed?
Yes.
That's why.
It was like an hour and a half before I went to bed.
That's not enough.
I know I did it wrong.
Good morning. Welcome
Morning.
to episode 5 of Dawn of Anor'lur. How's it going, folks? How's everybody enjoying their lovely morning so far?
Drinking water and not coffee or Rogue Energy, so it's a time.
Yeah?
I'm upset. I ran out. It's even worse as I ran out. I'm not completely out of Rogue. I'm just out of my favorite flavors.
My God.
I'm
Everybody
emotional.
else?
What the happened? Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Why did everybody just cut out while trying to talk?
No, it was
Don't know.
it was Oberon's mic that died.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's still dying.
Wow, what's happening?
Rip.
Those Blakes. Hello?
Am I?
Times change.
I don't think so. I think it's just Oberon. At least on my end.
Am I cut now?
Oh, I
Well,
forgot.
we'll find out.
I'm used to
in-
Blake having the headset when he was here. So I didn't have him. I had him at like 105 when normally I have to have him at 200.
Oh
Mhm.
God.
I'm sorry.
Oh
Well,
no.
we get to test that experience right now, because what we're going to do is we're going to introduce all of these lovely players this morning. They're going to tell us a little bit about who they are, who they're playing in Dawn of Anor'lur, and we're gonna go down the line unprompted. You're gonna follow after the last person and give us a little bit, as much or as little about your character as you want, and then we'll hop into a recap, starting with Blake.
Hey y'all, I'm Rozzy. I play Blake Steele. Blake Steele is a human variant, being half human, half Leonin, hailing from the region of Rowfield, a land of Leonin and Lawbringers. He's a 6-level fighter with Banneret subclass, with 5 levels in Divine Soul Sorcerer. He's a, well, I guess not really, he's still a young man, still trying to really go out into the world, make a name for himself to prove that he can run the house. But with recent events, now he's starting to wonder if he's starting to have doubts and really starting to question his title as adjudicator and hero and wondering, was he wrong? Did they fail? And if their attempts at trying to save the land is even worth it anymore. Simple as.
Right. Well, after that very depressing introduction, hi, I'm Kieran, and I play the war wizard Oberon Illyrian. Oberon was previously sent to the Isle of Eris, now known as Anor'lur, to investigate cult dealings. Finding out that they were in league with the Wizard King Vordaer led to further intrigue. Now, unfortunately, after their battle with the Queen of Smiles, emerging triumphant, but at a price, he now finds himself back at Dawnwood, formerly Frostwood, with all of his previous maladies intact, and a lot to learn about this new land.
Hello, I am Momo, and I play Evelyn Yenlier. She is a reborn wood elf, level 11 druid of the moon. She was born in the First Age, thousands of years ago, but has found herself awoken in current time, even more so now that they're here in Anor'lur, even more disconnected from the world that she thought she knew. Her current goal is to bring balance back to the world that she so very, very much didn't get a chance to do when she first lived. She sees this as an opportunity to not only share in experiences and future opportunity with her companions, and hopefully keep hope alive in their hearts as they did for her when she first came back.
Hi, I'm Sirik, but I am also Ibrahimian Karan, chosen paladin of Bahamut, swashbuckler of the Ghislaine Cove, and sun elf from the land of Suna. Currently fresh out of seeing my countryman Farron deep in sorrow, and regretting with every passing moment the time that he's endured in this land of deception and forced assimilation. I endeavor now to look forward, to set aside the guilt, the fear, and the failure to make things right, come Avernus or the high tide.
I play Talanos Averon, and a half-elf gunslinger, much like everybody else. We're in a fresh new environment, and he has sort of yet to find his footing in this place, and maybe a little buried in the past at this point, or haven't come to grips with the time that has passed since now. That is probably just his way. Being held to what has been kind of a staple of his mentality for a very long time. But, change is inevitable, he figures. And now he just has to see if he can make changes for the better.
Hello, I play Zafina Melark. She is what once was a Lightfoot halfling, now Eldrin elf. She has 11 levels in Bard under the College of Maestro. Having grown up in and around a bardic college, she sought out in an adventure to start tales of her own, heading towards Erist. And now that it has been a few years now, she is wondering if this adventurer's life is exactly what she wanted it to be. Despite all of its trials, she has actually found a family and is currently struggling with wanting to continue or wanting to go back home to find her family and see what they've been up to.
Delightful. Thank you. Now, I know it's been a while. Do we remember who recounted last week?
I
Two
did.
weeks ago.
Zafina, yep.
Would you please pick somebody to recount?
Ibrahim.
I see. Hello. Very good. Indeed. Okay. Our day began at the foothill of the mountain, at the edge of a stream whose name is not known to us yet. There, not too far from the water, we had made the night prior a small and unassuming camp, a selection of lean-tos, leafy bedrolls, and with the trees as our shade. We had just woken up, all of us, together all, freshly awake from a night of rest and very much needed recuperation. We quickly chose to gather our camp, and slowly packed what things we had to spare. Halfway through the act, a strange group of armored entities flew above towards the mountains. Their equipment gilded, features shrouded, presumably to check where the God King had last left us. For some reason or another, I noticed that one of them stopped and took an eerie turn, gazing vaguely in our direction, but by a stroke of luck finding nothing. I do not know what alerted them. Perhaps some kind of divine portent from their upstart master, or bad luck. Regardless, they soon turned back and kept on, heading their way. After that, we hurried to finish packing up and scramble. We decided very quickly to head to the town out west, to Dawnwood. Or to at least commit to the choice at that point. We took through the enchanted valley that the God King had created and reached a semblance of his envisioned civilization, or so we hoped. Through autumn shadow and fern feather shade of gold, we went and saw creatures unlike we had ever seen before. Hybrids of species as we knew them in the past, affected in some way, in some rather strange way, by the effects war there has upon the land. Birds and frogs and rabbits and butterflies, frolickers, all made different by this golden filter that now covers all of the Dominion, or Anor'lur, as we'll come to know it. Eventually we reached the town, and any expectation that it'd come to resemble Frostwood whatsoever was soon dashed. The whole of it had been marveled in stone, every structure of timber, wood, and pitch glue redesigned instead to an ornately precise kind of masonry. Slightly too high flown for my tastes, but nonetheless aiming to impress. Elven, but not so magical, but robust. A team of absolute human certainty, with a dash of elven arrogance, is how I describe it best. As we near the town and reach its outskirts, someone or something spotted us. Very suddenly, a clarion call rung out from the town, a horn from one of the towers, and the whole of us froze at the edge of the woods looking in. I stared, all of us did, a tiny, huddled group in that outside space in the open, like scared sheep in a bare valley, waiting for the wolves to come. And they did. Slowly, a group of soldiers emerged from the half walls of town and approached us. As we figured, they had questions, interrogated us why we were heading that way, where we were from. All questions we had no hope of answering, as we knew nothing about this new place, this new world. An impossible situation. Especially as lying outright seems entirely impossible in this strange, golden plane of existence. In the past, I would have said a world without lies would benefit us all, but now I'm not so certain. Everything in the right place, I suppose. It was our absolute surprise that we'd be saved from a fate most vile by some kind of person living in town. A mystic of sorts who had taken up the previous wizard's tower. He, very opportunistically for us, moved up as our conversation with the guards turned from a steep decline into an outright nosedive. He claimed we were friends of his, summoned us to help him in his research or whatever it was. I must admit that I was too focused gawking at the eye he had between his brows, the third eye. The party decided to follow him, to go through with his deception, to trust him. Eventually we arrived at his tower, the tower he had taken from the previous owner, and realized that even interiors had been changed. Not much. These seemed a bit more gilded, I should say. We learned inside as we conversed with this man that his name is Anor'lur, but that his title is the Watcher of the Gods, making him a kind of human solution to keeping track of the gods' deeds, and that he served as a close second to one other wizard king, one not so keen on genocide, destruction, and absolute power. He explained to us that, as his master was no true friend of war there, neither is he, and that he's being allowed to stay in this powerlessness of the tower only as an arrogant trophy of sorts by the God King. He gave us a more general explanation to the conditions of the land, the way by which Borother maintains his rule, and that things aren't as hopeless as they seem. He's also from a time before, and was able to share some measure of solidarity with Evelyn, speaking of things as they had happened in the time she was alive and not dead, I suppose. I ought to be glad that she's able to reminisce in some way, even if it is with strangers. It is the little things, after all. Wonder how my brother fares. After that long but necessary corrective by the Watcher, we were let loose once more into town. This time without the guards immediately trying to get in our way. As we walked beyond, we spoke on what we ought to do first and foremost, and we voted. Eventually, we decided that we'd go to Farron instead. We visited his inn, and there we found not the Minotaur man behind his counter, but just an average man, whose face was not known to us. He treated us with some level of apprehension, but soon discovered why. Farron hadn't been the same after all that happened. He had been affected in some way he wasn't apt to tell us, and decided it was best to see for ourselves. We went upstairs and knocked on Farron's door, and what we found there was our Minotaur. Seeing him again, alive, even if it was just his back, it felt like a gift. For all of our failings, knowing that he had lived through what had happened helped kindle lost hope. Some of it, at least. His room was a mess. A deluge of empty bottles with the rank, yeasty smell of alcohol reeking densely through this small area. Before we could step any further, Farron threw a bottle at us, and it was only a miracle that I was able to catch it. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What followed was an exercise in futility by all of us, We together all tried to bring him back from this horrible place he'd fallen into. Speaking to him. Evelyn by reminding him that while life remains, there's still opportunity. Talanos with a barbaric Jap, mocking him how decrepit he's become. Safina with the hope that so long as we all live, there's still hope to turn the tide. None such things bore any effect. It only served to anger our Minotaur, to compound this feeling of hopelessness that he'd been nurturing over the years. I didn't bother to say much of anything. I believe that the wise speaker first learns when to stay silent, and I wanted to hear him speak instead. I wanted to hear how much he's been hurt, how much he had missed us. That the emotions flowed out of him now that he had seen our familiar faces again. I think that in some way we found some success. And after he'd lay back down on his stinking bed, after having said everything he wanted to say, we left. I wasn't aware until this moment that Blake had left the head of the group, with Talanos following. He had gotten it in his head that if Farron was doing this poorly, Waylon would be worse. And according to our Minotaur friend, he had. As a group, we stomped out and after Blake, hailing him down from going ahead and reminding him that now more than ever we must remain together. It is hard to believe that after everything, Blake would still allow a certain impotence to take over at times. But I suppose he's still young. He agreed. To each other we apologized, and huddled together as a group as I held Safina under an arm as we moved to Waylon's mansion. With Blake ahead of the group, we soon came upon the man in question. Sat at the porch on what appeared to be a chair with wheels, overlooking the path. And that is where we left off.
I can't give you inspiration. You already have it, I'm afraid. But very well done.
Thank you.
You get.
Yeah, Momo clap.
I'm glad.
But only one. No more.
One is enough. It's all I can stomach.
It's all the praise I can take, please. I'll throw up.
It's too much praise.
The figure sat and bound within his chair, surrounded by numerous individuals who speak at him, though his attention is elsewhere, lazy and drifting, idle as it moves from left to right and until it eventually falls upon the approaching party. In this moment, with the sheer size of the manor behind him, he is cast in the shadow, the constant sunrise painting one side of the building and eclipsing the other. And as he watches all of you, his attention focused most intently on the young adjudicator, he frowns. Those that were speaking to Waylon stop, noticing the change in expression. Their attentions now drifting, all of them clad in this brilliant plate mail, bearing some resemblance to the guards met outside, but these ones perhaps more finely dressed, more unique in their appearance, the way that the light reflects off of their armor, the sashes that they wear of different colors and make and material, the accolades which adorn them of various size and significance, all different from one another. But they all watch you. Some speaking to each other behind their visors and helmets, but none outwardly engage you.
Blake will, he coming to a full stop, he'll take a moment and stop and just kind of inspect the group one by one slowly before his attention stopping at Waylon and taking in his expression. Behind his own helmet he frowns He doesn't say much, just kind of, for a moment, stands there staring. Trying to process this a bit.
You would watch, clad in the sort of simple garb compared to that of the more intricate clothing and armor you had seen him in the past, especially in other forms, now bearing just simple blues and sort of darker leathers that contrast against it. A fur mantle that rests upon his shoulders, though he does not need it, perhaps worn out of familiarity. The streaks of gray now more prominent in his hair, washing more of the black away. And as you stare at him, he gives a small nod. I'd stand to meet you if I could, but it's good to see that you're alive.
Well, the feeling is mutual. And Blake will just, looking towards Evelyn, who has, gently touched his forearm, just sighing. Do you mind if we talk?
He looks past to the others, looking at all of you. The frown settles somewhat, and he gives a small nod. I'll be fine, Amir. Go ahead and take the others inside. I'll call you if I need you. The individual he's referring to is perhaps shorter than the other 5 that stand around him. This individual probably no taller than 5'9". And he almost seems to not answer or acknowledge the statement, instead is just staring at the party. And then you would watch as Waylon brings a hand up, very gently sort of pats the side of this individual's armor, drawing their attention back, and they would, of course. They would turn. And as they turn, you would watch what perhaps had previously or could be misconstrued as a belt as they walk is instead a tail. And eventually all 6 of the plated individuals move inside of the manor.
What kind of tail we talking about?
Roll me a perception check.
We're talking cat tail.
Roll to perceive tail.
Got a tail, is it? Tell us.
Tails.
Yeah.
Big tail! Always tail!
First
All
penny.
tails!
Evelyn immediately staring at this individual as they walk away. You would watch as the tail sort of flicks this somewhat agitated motion. Judging by the sort of quality of the tail, the hair, that's a cat's tail.
Yo!
Cat!
Oh my god.
Cat boys.
Cat!
It does have, it's like a sort of white color, and there does appear to be sort of specks of black throughout it.
If I die, I want to become a
Ooh.
cat person. Someone store whatever my spell is. Reincarnate in the ring, please. I have a single wish.
Waylon waits until the door is closed, bringing his hand down to grip the wheel and sort of rotate himself more pointedly to look at all of you. Well,
Blake will, for a moment, his attention is drawn to the Waylon's wheelchair really now it with what Farron said before, it dawning on him like this is real. This has happened, and Blake will take a few steps towards him and wanting to. He looks down at him. What happened?
Studying your expression. We waited. Holding out for as long as we could. And eventually that wasn't enough. So Farron and I, and a few others, traveled out. We heard about what you'd done for the cathedral. Then we went there first. The issue was that when we got there, it was gone. We didn't lose hope. Not at first. We tried searching some of the locations that you had been through. Tried following your tracks. We even went into the mine and there was nothing. Just ruins. Many of the passages were too collapsed for us to navigate. And when we tried, they just fell back in on themselves. But we kept looking. Eventually, days turned to weeks, and weeks to months. And every time we went out, it was more and more perilous. We'd lose one, two, have to come back and tell their families why they died. Give them a burial, if anything even remained of the body. And then, we were out. We'd made it as far as the solar plains. We were out in Turiand. And you can see him struggling. You can see, despite his best attempt to keep his composure, there is this moment where, as he's talking and sort of gritting his teeth in between breaths, there is this moment where there's a faint tremble in his expression before it hardens. A radiant solar came down. One of the god spawns. She demanded to know what we were doing. An informant who had been giving us information was a liar. He sold us out. And despite our best attempts, she knew we were lying. And for a while, we held our own. But then I watched Farron fall. And I remember trying to help him, get him back onto his feet. I should have known better than to turn my back. But it all happened so fast, I wasn't thinking straight. We lost so many already that the idea of just losing another, I guess all rationality went out the window. And I ran to him. I threw myself down, tried to bring him back up, and before I knew it, she had already buried her blade into my back. And powers were gone instantly. I just remember laying there. Couldn't feel anything. And then I remember waking up sometime later. I don't exactly remember when, but Farron was carrying me. I tried to stand up and realized I couldn't. I couldn't even move my arms back then. Eventually, we made it back. And well, lawmaster I may be, but in title only. My six are in charge. I just offer what wisdom I can. Sorry.
Who was it that sold you out?
You know, it's been so long, I don't even remember.
Blake. He sighs again, and then he takes a kneel in front of him. Waylon, I'm sorry. Due to my failures, you've ended up like this. I'm not worthy of the title hero. But I'm gonna make this right. Blake, he clutches that steel pendant of his and really he grits his teeth as he's thinking back and slowly starting to let out just a bit of an exasperated expression of how bad he feels. He almost brings him to tears. I'm gonna find out who did this to you. And then Blake will look up to him, his expression of one of sorrow and anger. And I'm gonna make them pay.
He slowly shakes his head. If we're being fair, adjudicator, I broke the law. Punishment was met. You shouldn't push yourself this way. She wouldn't want that.
Suppose so. But nonetheless, people need to be dealt with, and with our failure came lots of pain. And I won't rest until we've corrected our mistake. Even if it kills me.
He looks past to the others who have been standing there quiet. Where were you? We looked everywhere. I assume he put you somewhere too far out of reach.
It's hard to explain. It was a menagerie of sorts, a trophy case. Apparently, we lost 2 years while stuck in some sort of illusion. Fake life. We were all living over and over until Tharvold saved us from our imprisonment. You might not know him, but he was and then Blake will take a moment to look around for prying eyes and ears.
He brings a hand up, sort of giving you this pausing motion. I do well enough without names.
Well, let's just say he was a sinful inquisitor. And then, after rescuing us, and then Blake will point towards the direction of the mountain they came from. We were actually not too far. About a day's travel up the mountain.
This causes a smile to sort of crease his lips. That close. Just my luck.
But we had disappeared in those mines, though. Ended up in a ruin and came across some revelations that changed things and our mission here. But in what we thought was a fight that we won, Blake will look around and towards the direction of the dawning sun in the sky. This is what our failures brought.
Adjudicator. He has this somewhat scolding expression upon his features. Are you gonna keep blaming yourself? We could have gone with you. We could have done anything. The failure is not just yours. And you shouldn't keep blaming yourself. Do it once. Move on.
Blake will he'll take a stand and under his breath, yeah, sure, seeming doubtful, very unsure even of his own words, just overcome with a mind rushing 1,000,000 miles a minute, the failure plaguing his mind.
How'd you even get into Dawnwood?
Well, it seems we have friends we haven't met yet. Lord Anor'lur.
He nods.
We're helping him with something.
With what?
According to him, we're helping him with an experiment of his.
Ah. I assume then you all have visas?
Yes.
Can I see them?
Blake will present his as he, pulls it out.
He takes it, and you would watch as he pulls from sort of around his collar. You would watch as he pulls this ink pen and just sort of scrawls across the surface of your visa, and then hands it back.
Blake will read it.
It would say allies of the Lawmaster. That's 2 lords, accounting for you and yours. So unless you intend on setting Dawnwood on fire, that should give you access to just about anywhere you want to go.
All right. Excellent. Make things a bit easier for us.
It's the least I could do. What's the plan?
Blake will, looking at Waylon and then the others. So what is the plan? He's speaking kind of to everyone.
Oberon, who has kind of sat down on the stairs, kind of like that left leg still kind of painful, like rubbing against it, just having it like splayed out. Like, well, get our bearings, figure out what's changed, what's remained the same, and then, well, one step at a time.
Okay. Well, should you need it, I don't know if you will, but I can offer whatever I have. I still just may be Lawmaster in title, but my knights are loyal.
Well, that's something at least.
Friends and allies, I suspect, will be in short supply. So, your word is invaluable.
Outside of Dawnwood, I'm afraid you'll be hard-pressed. Or even within Dawnwood. There are people here who view this as a blessing. I don't see anything wrong.
What we've been hearing.
Well, don't let me keep you. If you're still looking for folks, well, there's Adrian. He runs the goods store. Ellen's still around. And there's still those druids over by the Monolith of Echoes. He lifts a hand, gesturing back down the path to this location.
Before we encounter any more surprises, what of the maces?
They're still around. I think out of everybody that went with us, Arnold's the only one who still keeps his spirits high. But I imagine that's... well, I think he had it the worst.
I can imagine being what he was.
No. No, it was a little bit more personal than that.
What happened to him?
He begins to sort of rotate the chair, begins making his way towards the door. His wife came back.
Back from
The door opens, and you would see that individual with the tail once more emerge and sort of walk up behind Lord Wayland and begin to guide him inside. What are you doing, party?
Are we supposed to follow him? Like, did he gesture us in any
Nope.
kind of way?
I think he's done talking.
He said what he said, turned, and made his way back inside.
Blake will, looking down the town. All right, well, to the Macers then.
Well, it's about time.
And, Blake will, he'll lead the march.
Oh Jesus! Oh God! You're running! Stop!
No, he's not running. He doesn't want to punch. He doesn't want to punch him yet. So far, just Farron.
What did Farron do?
Is a stinking drunk.
I see.
As they would walk, Zeph would kind of curl her arms around herself, like just kind of come in a comforting motion. Bork.
She boofs at anybody that walks past.
Safina, I didn't know you could turn into animals. Fuck. Oh no.
Alright, party. Where are you going?
Sounds like we're going to Arnold's.
Okay. Stepping away from the manor, you begin to make your way back towards the town.
As they walk, Ibrahim will slowly sort of verge away from Safina and reach Blake's side, looking besides him at him. Are you okay?
Sorry. Blake will keep his eyes forward as he walks, and he can very obviously, yeah, I'm fine. But if he's hiding his true feelings, he's not doing a good job about it.
Ibrahim sort of follows his gaze, looks forward wherever it is that Blake is looking, and he kisses his teeth loud. You don't seem alright, Blake. We're being all forceful. You need to slow down.
No. Suppose you're right, but I just want to get an assessment of things. I want to see who's still around, how many allies we have, how many enemies we might have. With this, though, it's obvious Blake is trying to deflect on what he's actually worried about, what he's concerned with. He does not hide lies well.
I understand. But you must not forget that us being here, walking this town, is somewhat of a ploy. We must remain under their sight. Keep a level of intrigue. So slow down, alright?
Alright. Fine.
There'll come a moment for this. Bravado and the like. Let us first find out what the playing field is.
Of course.
Ibrahim will reach up with his hand, slowly try to curl it around his head and lean in to put a kiss on his forehead.
as as he tries to do that, normally in these circumstances, Blake would play along, leaning in, these playful gestures. He's unmoved. He's just giving him a bit of an incredulous look before, as he continues to walk, like standing tall, like I said, unmoved by Abraham's efforts to try to pull him down.
Pull him down.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. He's super tall. I keep forgetting. Like, Abraham's tall as fuck.
He's not super tall anymore. Ibrahim hunches over now, remember?
It's all Brody.
Oh, that's right. He hunches over like a weird gremlin.
Yeah, but when he stretches his torso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a weird
Lot
slender
boy.
man. He's
Yeah.
a slender man.
Like a
Oh.
wild troll. Oh. The sloucher.
It's loud. Oh yeah, that Blake doesn't seem receptive to this playful gesture. He's, once again, it's obvious. Something's on his mind, and he's not good at lying about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Fine. It's meant to be more tender than otherwise, and he
Yeah.
pats him on the side and follows along. standing beside him if just for the sake of it.
Go ahead and move the token, party. You guys have a vague idea of where you're going?
Go to the Macers.
I remember correctly, it was up in this direction.
Start heading that way.
Didn't you ping right here?
He said in that direction is the Monolith of Echoes.
Got it.
That's where the druids are.
Yeah, the druids are here-ish, if I remember correctly.
No.
No, shit.
He told you where the druids were.
The Monolith of Echoes. It's right here. Come on.
What's happening? What the
Where? Ping the map again. I can't see.
It's at the bottom.
Ah.
I'm holding Alt, but a triangle's not showing up.
We're not in version 10.
That's it. Okay, I see. That's where the druids are. Neat.
Just because I'm curious, look on the map. See if maybe there's anything that resembles where the Macers may live.
One thing I can think of would be this. Don't know if you saw the ping, but
I did. Anybody else?
Bro,
I
I
do
came
that.
I came to Frostwood once. I don't know where anything is.
Yeah, same. I'm like,
This is for the other four. Don't
me
worry.
and Zafine over here, like standing in chibi form, like bing.
yeah, like,
Hello.
"Wee."
Like, maybe this is a forge? I don't know.
I was also
Start
looking at
heading
the.
towards buildings.
you know what would be really cool if this map had a legend. Just saying.
You just got here. You don't get a legend.
What do you mean,
You gotta
bro?
explore to get a legend, brother.
What do you mean, bro? The legends are right here.
Kill me.
Shut up!
Yeah.
You don't get to say that shit after Blake's having a fucking pity party that's lasting 10
Yeah,
years.
you know what? That's Blake, not Rozzy, okay?
Things are happening.
Yeah.
Where we going?
Well, I guess we'll go to the place that looks like it has a smokestack, because that's generally indicative of a forge.
Yes.
How about
I
that?
like that.
Start moving.
I like
There you go.
that. We just fucking start running.
Just push through people's houses. Pardon me, excuse me.
You get shot. This is there's castle doctrine in this place.
Yeah. Blake, I need you to see that wall. That's now a door. Go.
Like guild arts. Just make your own door.
Yeah.
Okay. Sort of navigating the street, passing by numerous individuals that are already going about their day, working, sort of housing the various smaller shops or stalls that are here. They do give you strange glances as you pass by, but none question you outright. Just sort of taking in your gear and equipment and just how different it is from that of the sort of law masters and the other guards that come through here. Eventually, you would find yourself outside of, or rather, along the same street that bears the hero of the God King, and with it, finding yourself outside of the blacksmith.
We did it.
A...
Although you would see as you approach that there are a number of people here who are already in the process of working. They bear sort of dark leather aprons, these rather large gloves, and some of them are appear to be like along a line of anvils, with another individual who is currently talking at them. Although from this angle, from where you are, you can only see the individuals that are on the anvils. You'll have to go inside.
Ugh. Inside.
Ew. Who does that?
Inside.
Who goes indoors? That's gross.
I live there.
We're here to touch grass, DM.
You've been doing that.
Damn it.
Nothing's changed.
Fuck.
Nothing has changed.
Grass is looking mighty boring. Let's go in. Yeah, touchable. Let's go inside.
Stepping inside, you would see that the inside or the interior has been completely changed. That sort of white wood paneling contrasting the strange blend of older architecture and sort of elven elegance. You would see that there is about 5 what look to be aspiring blacksmiths in the process of attempting to make ingots. And you would see a rather portly gentleman with his own well-worn dark leather apron, not wearing any gloves or any eye protection or anything like that. His hair pulled back into a very tight, very small bun with this thick, gnarled beard that hangs from his face down over his chest. And he is shouting orders at the 5 aspiring blacksmiths, sort of just ramping up the pressure as you would see 2 of them sort of fumbling with their mold, causing this liquid metal to spray out over the top of the anvil. And you would watch as he grabs what appears to be this this set of tongs and just throws it at them.
If you could dodge some tongs, you could dodge a ball.
They do. The aspirant sort of dodges out of the way just in time as the tong goes scattering across the surface out into the to the open passage. All right, shit stains. Try again.
I take it that these apprentice blacksmiths are not good.
No.
What are they? Are they just making ingots, or are these for something
They're
else?
just making ingots.
Oh my god.
Oof.
They're failing even at that? Holy shit.
Yeah, 2 of them were, which is why he threw his tongs at them.
I take it the gentleman who led with shit stains is in fact an Arnold Macer aged 2 years to perfection.
His hair is considerably grayer.
Well, that's what I
As if
mean.
a
Aged to
decade-
perfection.
A decade had passed, not 2 years.
Aged to perfection.
But it appears to be Arnold Macer, though he does not look at you as you pass through the door, even as the sort of bell rings above the door to announce the presence of the party. He just keeps sort of berating the 2 that messed up.
Interesting question, perhaps. Was there a bell in the shop 2 years ago? I feel like that wouldn't be a thing.
There was.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
he ignored it back then too. Okay.
Correct.
Well, coming through and seeing the tongs like yeeted out the door or out into the street or whatever. Like Talanos will give it a second and then Arnold Macer. Pretty sure those things aren't particularly aerodynamic. You probably have better luck with a ball, maybe a rock.
The 5 who are The 5 aspirants sort of stop as somebody talks. They all turn their attention. And as they do, Arnold sort of crosses his arms over his chest, his back still to the party and to you. I didn't tell you to stop. Keep going. Doesn't matter if we have guests or not.
Yeah, he didn't say stop. Keep working. Loudly.
Holding his back to you for a moment, you can hear that audible swallow. And he just sort of stares past the aspirants for a moment and then slowly looks over his shoulder to all of you. You know, I thought some fucking part of my head was falling off.
Well, don't discount that notion.
Brings a hand up, sort of pressing it to the side of his temple and his forehead. And you would see now as he fully turns at you, there is a deep scar directly over from the top of his forehead all the way down through his mustache and beard over his chin that has completely taken out his left eye.
Oh.
That it is, he bears or doesn't wear a eye patch at all. It is just this socketless sort of hole that's there, marred with scar tissue. And he, with his one good eye, looks you up and down. Well, I'll be damned. It's good to see you.
Yeah. The dogs think so as well.
Dogs be barking.
Well, it's good to see you too. I see you're prettier than ever.
Yeah? Prettier than you.
Hmm.
God, missing 2 years and they only made you uglier.
Yeah. I like to think it's like a fine wine. It just gets better with age. You, though, you're kind of like a whiskey, more like all I got to do is mess up your face and still just the same old cuss as before.
Alanos, don't forget, eventually wine becomes vinegar. It
Well,
can look.
I'm past that stage. I'm really only good for cooking at this point.
He, turning, stops mid-step, looking back to the others. If one of you fucks up an ingot again, I'm putting your head in the forge and I'm not pulling it out.
He'll do it. I've seen it.
That couldn't help but just kind of like quietly chuckle.
The 5 of them go pale as ghosts. And then he full turns on the party. This massive man walking up,
Hi, Dad.
walking up to the party.
Hello,
He
Dad.
looks at all of you. You're finally fucking alive.
I guess. Not for
Good.
lack of trying, though.
Didn't die.
Well,
Yeah.
depends on how you look at it.
What do you call that 2-year stint? Taking a nice fucking vacation?
More like being in prison in a personal hell.
Yeah,
Everyone
vacation.
needs a break.
So, fuck do you want?
You know, fuck around, find out, the usual.
You did. You lost
Wow.
2 years.
Well, I mean, why stop now? We're doing so good.
Oh, am I to stop you? Aside from your gear looks like shit.
Yeah, that's a thing. Some of our stuff wasn't with us when we got, let loose.
Evelyn looks at like her leathers for a moment, like, what?
It's
Some of
old
us
and
lost
cracked.
everything.
It's old and cracked. No. Gear looks like shit. Bodies are basically 2 years into decrepitude and only slowly coming back.
Mm.
But we're managing. But you know, now we come back, see all this nonsense, and well, I figure it's time to get back in the saddle. Maybe figure out how to bring back you know who into our lives in this place.
Why?
Find some traitors, put a bullet to them. You know, why not? What else are you gonna do? You gonna sit here and yell at incompetent blacksmiths all day?
Somebody's got to train
Apprentices.
them.
What was that?
Somebody has to train them.
Yeah, I mean, how's that going?
Well, they're the new stock. The other ones were just fine.
What
I
are
already
you?
sent them out. They're working, so
What are you making? Other than
Oh.
ingots.
everything. Well, these fucking morons are in the process of learning how to make ingots. The other ones, my apprentices already sent them out. They're joining some of the guilds that are out there. No, they just do whatever. I think some of them sort of pick up their trades from some of the other masters that are out there, and that's how it goes. So, I think the last 5 I just sent, they went to the capital, and they're going to be joining the artisans guild that's in there.
What do they make for the artisans guild? Like weapons and shit?
Yeah, armor, weapons. So they'll pick up a trade when they get there. I just sent in apprentice, blacksmiths, and then they get a new tutor, teaches them how to make armor or how to finely craft their, swords, whatever the capital needs. These idiots probably only be good for rivets, so we'll probably keep them here, and they'll deal with whatever the dock needs them to do, and probably the mines too.
Making stuff for the enemy, then.
He raises a brow.
Oh, man. Don't tell me you got played in with the sauce.
He looks around for a moment. Do you ever speak plainly?
Do you think it's a good idea, considering that people are listening?
Well, given I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, yeah.
Well, what's changed anyway?
Well, we just found some new veins in the mines. Very nice. Ellen's still working on something, hasn't been able to finish it. Rhea's gone currently. She's she's across the veil. She's got contracted by the cathedral to do something in there. A lot of money in it, so.
Not the big thing now is money.
I mean, need to eat, buy supplies.
And you're good with all this, I don't even know what you'd call it.
What do you mean?
How's the wife?
I'm sorry. The way he asked that.
She's good.
Nothing weird there, just good.
Are you asking me if I'm fucking my wife?
That would be really weird and also inappropriate.
Well, you're the one
Yeah.
But
asking
are you?
questions and dancing around them, so
I mean,
You should
Yes.
please.
she was gone and now she's back, and that's just fine and dandy.
she's gone. What are we talking about?
Arnold, didn't you tell us over 2 years ago? So she's just always been here.
No. Just came back from the capital last week.
Right. Well, it has been 2 years for me, so you'll have to forgive this old man his memory.
Yeah, I was about to say. You can stop drinking. That is the thing.
Actually, well, I had stopped, but I'm really considering picking it back up again.
Yeah. Do us a favor, don't. With how
Have
addled your mind is currently, I can't imagine you being drunk.
generally function much better. Anyway, so what happened with the, and he just kind of like points at his own eye and then points at his face.
I was attacked.
By what?
Never saw it. Too much blood. But whatever it was out there in the Vale when we were coming back from the cathedral.
Just something rolled up on you, smacked you in the face, took your eye, and then bailed?
Oh, it killed another guy. I'm glad it just cut my face. Could have done a lot worse. Could have taken my head. But, no, I don't know what it was. Ripped through my helmet.
You still have the helmet, or did you fix it up already?
No, it's gone. Shredded. I thought I made it better, but, fuck me. They tore that thing into it like it was paper.
There was more than one?
Or they, as in I don't know what the hell it was. It. I don't know.
Claws, weapons, nothing? Just blood,
Well, if
and that was
it's-
it?
If it was claws, he sort of touches along the scar. It'd be more jagged.
Is it a pretty clean scar?
Yeah.
Or is it like a burn scar?
It's a very clean scar.
Like a really sharp knife or sword kind of thing?
It's easy to deduce. It's more than likely a weapon of some sort.
Not like a claw or something.
Yeah, so it's something very sharp, very clean, just...
Can I... Would I be able to use detect thoughts to know whether or not he's among the sauced?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to sort of get a general feel of what in the sauce means. Because right now he knows you. He's still treating you like he knows you, talking to you. But when he brings up certain details, he just seems to remember them differently.
Yeah, hence the.
Yeah. Talos and his just infinite
Using the
9
sauce.
wisdom.
But you could do detect thoughts and get whatever surface thoughts are there.
I'll do that.
Sure.
God, that card. Jesus.
Yep. Pushing yourself sort of back to the group so that way you're not in clear view of this looming blacksmith. You cast the spell and begin maintaining concentration on it to begin to get a feel of what's in Armin's head. Or sorry, God.
His thoughts are,
Old head.
his thoughts are going to be like, love me wife, love me forge, love me god king. Simple
It
as.
is. It's very. It's very
God, King.
like because you get the surface thoughts. It's like there's like joy, right? It's this very like held within emotions of like happiness. He gets to see his friends again. It's been 2 years. There's this like the thoughts of his wife are still present, sort of circulating in his head. Annoyance when he hears like one of the aspirants sort of fucking up in the back, though keeping his attention on the party. And it's just a sort of general blend, but there's this very outward, or at least accepted happiness, sort of talking to all of you. Though looking at his face, you would almost think that he like has a look of contempt.
But his thoughts say otherwise.
Indeed, he's very happy to see all of you, but he's still scowling.
Just has bitch face. It's not even resting bitch face. It's consistent bitch
I mean,
face.
if Armin, sorry, Armin, wow, now that's a fucking Freudian slip. If Arnold was ever smiling at us, I would actually be very concerned.
Well, his brain is smiling, so.
Yeah. He smiles with his heart.
So, God, you guys look like a bunch of fucking vagrants. What do you need?
Vagrants, and unfortunately the penniless kind, so probably nothing for the moment.
God, you're poor?
Yeah, imagine that.
I'll buy your gun.
No. Wait. No. No. I suppose you got anything for us to do around here in the meantime? Maybe we can scratch up something.
No, with Rhea gone at the cathedral, I have a bunch of these fucking nitwits doing stuff. You gotta sell them though. I imagine she still has shit she needs done. And I don't know. You guys talked to Mary yet?
Oh.
No, we only recently got into town.
They hug you too much? Sort of try and stop you from getting in?
First.
Why don't you say my name?
Well, before we could, Lord Anor'lur intervened on our behalf.
Oh, freaky guy with the thing in his head?
Apt description.
That's the one.
Love him.
Hey, he's alright.
He'll do.
Though I don't suppose one of yours could potentially fashion a cane, preferably one of the ones that's not spilling whatever that is over there.
Looks you up and down. The hell happened to you? How do you look older than me?
Remember that vinegar analogy?
You're not supposed to take it literally.
Question remains. Cane
God,
is
it's like you got thrown down a mountain,
Mm.
and then all your party members just sort of stepped on you on the way down.
Mm.
And then they put you back on top of the mountain and threw you back down.
Not entirely inaccurate. However,
Yeah, we can get you a cane. Hold on.
At least he doesn't have a warhammer in hand this time.
I mean, you had that one coming.
No, I didn't.
Patrick, make a cane. If you fuck it up, I'll beat you with it.
I want to watch. Please fuck it up.
Please don't.
This bright-eyed, probably like 16 or 17-year-old, just immediately starts sweating, hearing, yeah, fuck up, and then another one being like, please don't, like with genuine sincerity. So Patrick is going to spend the next bit. You'll.
DM rolling dice.
Well,
Cat.
yeah, we're gonna do two things.
Hmm.
We're gonna roll. Who wants to roll a 1d4 plus 2?
If you
All right,
said
I'll-
6 plus 2, I would have been all on it. Sorry.
Oh,
Krill.
1d4 plus 2. Nice.
It'll take about 5 hours.
Right, I'll come limping back at around that time.
You are staying in town, right?
For now,
Where the hell are you gonna go?
I have no idea. We haven't really figured that part out yet.
All right.
If Ellen needs things to be done, well, we'll see where that takes us.
Pretty much.
Right. Put the dice down.
You can't see that.
I can on stream.
Oh, and I was like, what do you mean you can see that? Only I can see that.
You like my sparkly dice?
Now I'm gonna roll for the quality of the cane, high or low.
Sure.
What was that?
Then let's go.
In 5 hours, you will not get a masterwork cane, but you will get a cane.
Hey, I can move.
It will suffice. It is super basic. It is.
Didn't she say hi?
Yeah. An apprentice is making the cane. That's why I said it's not. It was a bit. That's why I led with it is not a masterwork cane. It is just a cane.
And he won't come to us bloody. I think that's like
Correct.
what the the role was
Yeah.
for.
It is a very simple cane with a sort of orb-like top with very basic detailing and leather sort of accents that are bound around the edges, enough to offer comfort for your palm as to ensure that you don't sort of wear your hand down.
Good on you, Pat.
Thanks.
And you'll get that in 5 hours.
Fantastic.
Put my dice down.
You can't stop
gremlin.
me. You can't stop me. They're mine now.
Hey, Evelyn, roll my perception check.
They're kissing. They're gonna make little
Stop it.
D100s.
Stop it.
They're gonna make little D4s. You can't stop me.
Sunday energy.
With that out of the way, he'll look back. So you don't have a single coin to your name.
At the moment, no, unfortunately, but maybe I could help you around the forge and whip some of these idiots into shape.
I thought we had some coin. Also, that's me out of character.
Yeah, out of character, we have 100 plat.
Okay.
Where's that?
That was given to us by Tharaval.
Oh, I just looked at it on my sheet and
It's
I
kind
don't
of in
have
the
any
group
money
fund.
in my sheet. Where's my sheet money?
You know, the group has 1,000 gold or 100 plat.
I am somehow the only one that remembers that.
No, I remember it. I just
Oh.
don't see it on my sheet. I don't know where it's sitting.
I think we have the group loot list. I didn't know if you ever made that or not. You said you'd provide us with a new one, so I was.
Oh, you're right. Hold on.
Ha! He's gonna
Yeah,
open the sheet and it just says 100 plat. Now shut up.
Correct.
As long as it's not called the whatever wagon again.
Yeah.
I don't know who did that because that wasn't me.
It was him.
It was not.
Yeah, prove it.
I don't have to.
It might have been one of our older players.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, if it was me, I would have admitted it, frankly.
I don't know about
That was my idea. But yeah, no, I would have named it something else. Like the sin bin.
we have our bag of holding back and 100 platinum in there.
Oh, we do have the bag of holding back.
Yes, we
Correct.
do!
You said it was empty except for, well, no, it's just empty.
Well, now
I
it's
said
empty.
I said it was. It had none of your gear. I never said it was empty.
Oh, so there's stuff in it?
You don't know. I know.
We don't know.
No,
How
turn
can
out-
we find out if we don't know what's in there?
well,
You just
turn it-
overturn the bag inside out and everything
you-
falls out.
everything that's in it, gets thrown out of it if you turn it inside out.
But maybe
Like a
we
Mary
shouldn't empty
Poppins
our
bag.
purse in public.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just drop it in the middle of, hey, Arnold, 1 sec.
Do it.
What the fuck?
Do it.
It's like, oh my god, why are there
Okay.
like 500 pairs of used underwear in there? I'm like,
Don't
bro, I don't even know.
I always knew you were a freak.
Yeah.
Oh no. I don't like that.
Give me a moment, and I will give you your new loot tab.
Sick.
Why you do that? DM, would
I mean,
I
I'm-
suffice that this place would be the place to ask for some leather?
I think there's a lot
Ask
of
in
work.
character, find out.
Motherfucker.
Yuck.
There's no like surface thought of, oh wow, we have lots of leather, you know?
No.
Dang it!
I'm
What if I
afraid
probe
not.
deeper?
As it turns out, no.
What the hell is going on?
You don't just sit around thinking about leather, you know? I don't, that's
I'm afraid
weird.
he doesn't.
Dang it.
Dude, Arnold
We
has
are
a lot
not
of,
the same.
The
Arnold
one
has
thought.
a lot of dogs, huh? No, honey. Shh. That's not. Don't.
The one thought. He's like, man, I have a lot of leather. Man, I love making leather.
I miss it by
Fucking
like
love
1
leather.
minute after the spell ends.
Yeah, he just like had this thought like before we had walked in.
Like,
Man,
why?
making leather.
Why did I become a blacksmith? I should have been a leather worker. God damn.
So much leather.
Several people comment on it.
Several people are typing.
Leather.
All right, party. You should see your new tab.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, there it is.
Ah, Anor'lur.
Yo, I like this.
And it says 100 plat, and that's it. Nice.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
I like it.
All right. Well, cool. With that knowledge in mind, freshly reminded, etc. Well, we got. We're not like broke, just nowhere near where we used to be.
We went from like 9,000 gold in assets
ton of shit.
to like 1,000.
All right. So what do you want?
Ah,
How much is this cane thing?
I bet you need it.
I don't know. That's up to Oberon.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
well, considering you've trusted my future mobility to an apprentice, I would say it's fairly important.
It's just like, what did you want? You want like,
Oh, no.
you wanted it to be like a focus or something like that?
He pauses to consider that for a moment.
Yeah, that was a bit. Stop.
Maybe you could put a whip inside it.
What?
Ah,
Everyone like
Gotcha.
peeks up. A whip.
Back to the conversation about leather, I see.
How do you manage that?
I don't know.
Well, that's a good thing I wasn't asking you.
She just kind of goes.
don't worry, Evelyn, you get used to it.
This is
Something
normal.
something I acquired. It was a serrated blade, probably a bit more advanced than your Patrick can take care of.
Hmm.
But For right now, I'll just take walking again.
All right. Patrick, you fucked this up. You're done. Patrick's color drains again.
Evelyn would speak to him in his mind.
Oh no.
Of course.
You can do it. I believe in you.
It's gonna
Oh,
have a
no.
fucking
She
heart
has
attack.
like a 2 thumbs up looking at it.
This
I
poor man.
believe in you.
Yeah.
Look, okay? That's Evelyn's way.
But now,
I fucks with it.
whatever he's
He-
rolling.
Think sort of in the process of gathering up this excess of sort of just iron, pauses with the intrusion in his head, and there's a moment where poor Patrick is under the assumption that somehow not only is Arnold present, but now Arnold bears the ability to speak directly into people's minds for about 2 seconds, and then sort of relaxes, looking back towards the party, trying to find its source for a moment, and then quickly gathers up the rest of the ingots and begins setting to work.
Mentioned that the mayor needs assistance with things.
What?
Said something about speaking to him. Sorry, player thought that he said, "Have you spoken to the mayor?" Like about
Yeah.
getting stuff done.
No, not asking him about doing shit, just meeting him.
Ah,
God, are you that poor?
just kind of like looks to Talados.
Yeah. Like I said, just not as well off as we were.
All right.
Well, why don't we pay for the work, at least?
It's experience for Patrick.
Oh yeah. Well, still got that black powder laying around.
He shakes his head.
Any in town?
Yeah, probably. I don't use it.
You don't do the mine works anymore?
Oh, they just bring stuff to me.
I guess that's more efficient.
I mean, already thrown so much at her. You could probably ask Ellen. She'll probably know. Or if, yeah, or Waylon. I don't know. Him and his boys carry around like black fire bombs and stuff.
Well, that sounds nasty.
Yeah. Well, gotta fight off the things outside.
Really? What kind of things outside you got worried about?
You tell me. I stay in here. They go out do the fighting. Obviously, you came from out there, so you'd see it all.
Didn't see much.
Yeah. Huh?
Well,
Got so lucky.
Saw some winged douchebags floating around, but that was about it.
He sort of raises his brow at that.
Just testing the water.
Be careful. They hear when you say shit like that.
Like by name or just in general?
No, they don't really take slander too well.
So you've got a lot of experience with them?
Yeah, they come through sometimes.
And
Ask
what do
around.
They just poke around.
Always looking for something. Never seem to find it.
They ever say what they're looking for?
Yeah, they just ask around for stuff. People, names come through.
Hmm. Anybody you know?
No.
Anybody you knew?
No. No, the people I know are a drunk who's stewing away in the top of the inn. Waylon, but he don't go anywhere. He's still bound to the wheelchair. Ellen, and she's doing whatever she's doing. And, obviously my apprentices and stuff like that. They just come through and ask for people. And when they find them, they just take them away. Go back to the capital with them or take them back wherever they came from.
And you're good with that?
And don't bother me none.
Hmm.
That's why we have the walls and everything like that. We got, they just kept coming and coming. It's where a lot of people kept running to was here. And eventually, Mayor put it up, and stopped people from coming in who weren't welcome. Keeps them out of our hair and keeps us from interfering with whatever the capital's doing.
Hmm.
Understood. Seems like you've got a good setup running.
Yeah, it's all right. There's nothing compared to the forges at the capital, though. Obviously better work, but, they have nicer forges. Well, need anything else?
Yes.
What?
Hello, Arnold. Sorry, I was letting everybody else speak. If you were to tell your apprentice to make me a curved sword, could I also get it for free?
No.
Take out one of your hamstrings and
These
maybe that'll.
idiots Patrick's like the only one who I could trust to make something. The rest can't even get ingots right. You want them to make you a curved sword. You want to die?
No, but this is all I have. And he brandishes his dingy dagger.
There's two. Zeph gave him
Right.
another one.
Right, but he only's showing one.
Okay.
Well, all right, hold on. That's it?
I suppose I have another, but I'd settle for something longer.
Yeah, I bet you would.
Got him.
That was me. I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
Zeph just bites her lips together like,
I thought
Rim
Ibrahim
looks
had at
at
least
it.
one Kopesh.
No, he gave his Skopesh to his brother, and that got taken away.
We made something for one of the knights that works for Waylon, but he went and got himself killed. So I don't think he'll be coming back to grab it anytime soon.
What happened?
I don't know. Went out. Well, sort of group of them. Never came back. Commissioned the sword, and Waylon was gonna take it, and then I don't know. Sort of looked off like he always does, and decided to leave it here. So
It's been sitting around.
yeah,
So sad.
What is it?
he would walk over and sort of grab. It is this beautiful, like it almost looks mirror polished. This beautiful long sword as he lifts it from this mantle that it was on, and you would see that the cross guard, the handle, all of it has not only this very sort of sturdy appearance, but there also appears to be this extra layer, this beautiful design of like filigree that rotates around the entire length of the cross guards to the uh, sort of rounded edges, and inlaid within them are bright these sort of bright sapphires.
I'm guessing it is far longer than Ibrahim's little dagger.
It is a longsword. The scabbard as well is made of like equal masterwork quality. You would see that it almost has this white marble like appearance on the outside of the scabbard, with sapphires inlaid within it as well.
How much will you want for it?
Sounds fucking fancy. Holy shit.
Well, given that it can do this, he swings it down, sort of stopping the blade before it even gets close to the floor. And as it does, it leaves this arc of lightning behind it.
Ooh. Lightning.
1,000 gold.
1,000 gold?
Yeah.
Will you take that in increments?
You fucking asking me if you can do a payment plan?
That's
I'd like to put
what,
that on layaway.
that's what increments means.
Holy shit! Stop.
I just got these boots. They are beautiful. I'm sure it fit on Patrick at least. Each.
Sigh.
He has a very like, are you shitting me look on his face.
Well, if we bought it for that, we really would be broke. That's pretty much all we got.
Yeah.
But we'll be in town for a while. We keep coming around paying parts so we can still eat.
Or you can give us a good old friend discount and favor for later.
I've always been your favorite.
That's me.
Absolutely not.
Mm.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh my god. Okay.
Does he get advantage because I spoke up?
No.
Damn it.
Because of your lame ass comments.
The player in me is like, we're gonna spend all our fucking money on one sword, but everyone's like, I have no concept of your money, so.
You made lame ass comments. That's the normal talking.
You're
sound.
no. Because I'm your favorite. No, I'm his favorite. And he's just like, neither of you.
I hate both of you equally.
It's me.
Oh shit.
Favorite.
Hey, I saved his daughter, alright?
You?
Yeah.
That's a weird way to say we.
No. Ibrahim brokered the deal. Don't you forget.
It's a weird way to spell we.
He looks at you for a long, long moment, studying your expression. Hmm. $500.
Seems pretty reasonable.
That's why I said it.
Well, I was telling that to Ibrahim.
And we pay you $250 now. When we come back, we push.
You pay me 500 now.
500 now. Alright. He looks at his friends.
Thomas will dig around in the pouch and produce the 50 platinum, I think is what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counting it out, he gestures for the counter for you to count it out, and then once it's all done, gives a nod. Go ahead and mark 50 platinum off.
Wait, what did we buy for 50 platinum?
That's a lightning
Ibrahim's
sword.
new sword.
Oh my god.
A lightning sword, apparently.
Evelyn would lean into Blake.
Sword.
Is that a lot?
It's not
Like
much.
just looks at her back. Understanding the economics and value of platinum might have changed, he shrugs. I'm just surprised they didn't challenge him to an arm wrestle or something for it.
More like a headbutt. I mean, what? That
Give
option's probably
me-
still on the table.
Give me just a moment, and I will slap that new sword into your inventory. It is a magical item. You will need to attune to it.
Oh, neat.
Oh god. Ibrahim gone spawn influence coming in. Fuck.
God's, oh, what? What are you talking about?
Your track record with weapons hasn't been.
This is how my character regains his normal, eye color and skin color and stuff. Comes out of the sword.
He's got a bad habit of picking up cursed stuff or stuff that'll fuck with him.
Or just losing shit in general. I remember I gave you a longbow and you managed to break that one too. Don't
The
think
light-
I ever forgot.
Lightning from the night shattered the. It was great. It was good roleplay.
Broke my longbow.
It wasn't me who broke it.
Talanos made that longbow, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'll let you use it, my good friend. I know who will take care of the things that I loan them." Oh yeah, I'd like to have my longbow that I'm borrowing be exploded.
Actually, this is a perfect time. Why don't we go ahead? Let's take a
15, 10.
yeah. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Oh, you get 15.
Because it'll end up being
Oh.
25.
I want 21.
15, and I'm accounting for 20 minutes because that's how it goes. And then we'll meet back up. That's all you fucking want. Go take your break.
See you all in 30 minutes.
I can feed my dogs, okay? You know,
Dog.
I was about to order you a strawberry drink from Starbucks. Maybe now I won't.
I'll take it.
I appreciate it. The last one was kind of mid, so if it's the same one,
Oh.
I'll pass.
Why didn't you like it? What didn't you like about it?
It didn't taste good.
Okay. 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 What else
appreciate
would
it.
you like?
This is when you find out she made it by hand.
That'd
My
be-
hand with
that'd be
strawberries
brutal.
I grow in my backyard.
Yeah, it was fucking gross. She's just like, oh, I see.
We could all just feel our inner white girl and get pumpkin spice lattes. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh,
Yes! I am empowered.
Validated. Vindicated.
What would you like? You could get pink drink. A crisp
I'm good.
strawberry acai beverage with accents of passion fruit and combined with a
lemonade.
creamy coconut milk
just
invokes a
lemonade.
fruity,
Just
refreshing sip
lemonade.
of spring, no matter what time of year.
that is pink drink?
You could get a dragon drink in honors of Dungeons and Dragons.
Nope.
Hey.
I'll
It's a
just take some
tropical
lemonade,
inspired
please and thank you.
pick-me-up, crafted with
Lemonade,
sweet
please
mango
and thank you.
dragon fruit
Hey, DM.
flavors.
DM,
What?
I wanted to ask if the penis size joke was in character, just for
It
future
wasn't.
reference.
It
Okay.
was.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
that
ahead
was
and say
that was
absolutely
me.
was.
I literally said I was like, that was me. Don't take that seriously.
No,
Okay.
dude, take it seriously. It absolutely was in character. It is now
You sure you
canon.
don't want another drink?
I'll take some lemonade. If they
He
got it.
doesn't-
Okay, they've
he
got
doesn't want-
lemonade or they've got they've
He
got
doesn't like
pineapple
lemonade.
passion fruit lemonade.
He doesn't want lemonade. I'll take lemonade. No.
That's shut up. I'm talking to him about what he wants. Tropical flavors
Lemonade.
of pineapple and passion fruit combined in a dash pineapple for refreshing
What is
lemonade.
with you? Lemonade,
God.
please. And thank you. I appreciate you.
Do you
I
want
just want
anything in there? You want some
Nope.
strawberries?
Just lemonade,
Dragon
please
fruit
and thank you.
infusions?
Please and thank you.
Freeze-dried pineapple? How about
What is
some,
going on?
How about
Holy
some
shit.
Seems like the type
liquid
to read
cane
everything off on
sugar?
the menu like that.
You want some you want some strawberries? You want it blended?
I'm gonna blend you.
I mean, okay.
Interesting.
Do you want it blended?
What the fuck does that mean?
I turned it
Like a
into
slushie.
a slushy.
Sure. Oh, that sounds
Okay.
great.
Okay, we're going
Thanks.
somewhere. Right.
What's going on?
Next time,
Oh no.
dragon fruit inclusion? I don't know what the fuck that
Stop.
means.
Just lemonade, please. I beg you.
What do you want, Talanos?
Huh? Oh, I was messing around. You don't have to get me anything.
Okay.
I mean, if you're getting something,
What?
what was that thing you got last time that was really good?
I don't fucking know.
What is it that you get normally?
I don't normally get. I'm getting a sugar cookie almond latte.
Well, that sounds like diabetes in a cup.
I remove it comes with 5 pumps, but I take it down to 2.
Fuck.
Yeah, I take it down to 2 of the whatever sugar cookie syrup, and then add an extra shot.
What? Having a stroke. What's that? That cold brew stuff that they do.
A lot of things.
That's fair. Shit.
They've got a lot of cold brews.
God.
Vanilla sweet green cold brew, a pumpkin cream cold brew. That one's really good. I blame my friend Cloaksy for making me drink that for nearly like 3 months straight.
I will.
Pumpkin cream cold brew, yeah.
I'll try
So
that one. How
fucking
about that?
good, dude.
I'll
It's
try that one.
so annoyingly good.
Yeah.
It's
I'll
like,
try that
god
one.
damn it, I love it.
I never drink Starbucks, so I hardly ever know what they have. So, yeah, I'll
I
try
have a
that
coupon.
one.
That's why I was asking for all those things, because I have a percentage off the total.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
Nice,
saving money.
Can I get in on that?
I've already got a hot chocolate for you.
Oh my god, thank you.
You're amazing as usual,
I know.
and so humble.
Bitch, I'm confident.
Can I get
You want humble or confident? Which one?
Humility wouldn't do. We just wouldn't let her get away with it.
You want
Yeah.
peppermint in your hot chocolate, Dad? I
The
didn't
answer
see.
is
Cyric
yes,
is
if
not
you're
the biggest fan of mint, so I don't put mint in his things.
Not even a
disgusting.
bit. I hate mint.
What the hell? Mint is amazing.
No, it's not.
To be
Yes,
fair,
yes, it
peppermint
is.
is a different flavor.
There's like peppermint, spearmint, weird mint. No.
Would you like a blueberry muffin?
Yeah. That's like the one thing Caleb got right.
Oof.
I order is gonna take 30 minutes. Yep.
Hey,
She's gonna.
This
she's
is the
gonna-
break.
I'm doing my best, okay?
What are you doing? Our best. Quote Blake forever.
our
Pretty much.
Every time he asks, what are y'all doing?
I miss
We're
you
doing our
guys. You should come back.
I'd
Get
love
the whole gang in next
I was
time.
like, yo, Scissor, what do you want? Rosie, what do you want? But you're not here.
Can I get a fucking
Could I get a love and affection and my
There's some-
friends all around
Can
me?
I get a venti love and affection, please?
Can I
Can I get a large? We don't have large. Venti.
Can I get some whipped cream with that?
Can I get a
double blended?
small social validation?
Oh.
That'd be great.
I guess they're here. Nice. Sweet.
That was fast.
Wow, that was fast as hell.
Yeah,
Hey.
chat, what do you want? What do you want from Starbucks? My dogs are getting pup cups. Essentially, just whipped cream in a cup.
That's literally all it is.
That's all it is.
It's like, here's some whipped cream. Give it to your dog.
And then
Kieran,
they
how
call
does
it a
Oberon
pup
take a Starbucks?
That's so odd. I would figure that wouldn't be very good for them, but what do I know?
It's not.
It's yeah. it's
Actually.
Dairy is decent. I mean, it's needed for a balanced food group, so. They have
Yeah, but it's
special
not
whipped
something they
cream
should have.
for them, so.
Yeah, it's not something they should have every day though. It's a treat.
It's just like Genji absolutely loves bananas, but I'm not gonna give them to him all the time.
Yeah.
Zoro loves like strawberries and peanut butter. That doesn't mean I'm gonna give it to him. Only when I try to trick him into taking medicine.
Oh shit, that was the wrong channel.
I think I'm getting sick.
Zoro likes anything that's even mildly food related, is what you mean.
Yes.
What's that? Does it even vaguely resemble food, or even if it's only on the microscopic or quantum level? Absolutely, I'll eat it. Fucking weirdo.
I love that dog. I fucking love that dog.
He's pretty chill, except when he's barking up a storm and being obnoxious. But other than that, we're pooping on the floor.
Zoro's a good dog. I like Zoro. And
I love it when he goes downstairs and leaves like little turds for you guys.
He does not do that. Stop.
He just did that. He just did that last week. The little shit.
He did not.
Yeah, whose poop was I cleaning up then? Yours? No, I don't think so.
Wasn't his. He was in my room.
So Genji pooped on the floor?
Genji was also in my room.
It was definitely one of them both. It had to be one of them, like for sure.
Well,
It was like super late or early morning. I don't know. I just remember going to work and I'm like, oh, there's dog shit on the floor. Great.
Yeah, I went downstairs.
I assumed
and I
that
saw it.
I assumed that he got scared by a gust of wind and then kind of just pooped himself a little, was all. But I cleaned it up. It's no big deal.
I think that's just a cover story. I think you did it.
Yeah, I pooped dog poop on the floor.
You were scared by the gust of wind.
Couldn't make it to the bathroom. You pull down your breeches at the foot of the stairs.
and then did like the hop skip walk.
You stumbled out a couple of thirds. You know, this is my stairs.
Yeah, just to leave a little line of evidence on the way.
Yeah,
Case closed.
so
Mystery.
that one.
Can I come back
Mischief
to?
managed. I don't even know.
Okay. I will add the blade to your sheet. There you go. Tell me what you can and cannot see when you read it.
I can see enchanted. I can see property, and I can see the quote below the description. Besides the quote.
Perfect. This is a executioner's blade. It does 1d10 on a swing, and because it is infused, it has a 1d6 lightning damage. It is a +2/+2.
Nice.
Fucking
Great.
hell. The long
Awesome,
sword?
actually.
Oh, that
It is
great.
it's a executioner's sword.
How does that go with his dex build?
We'll
It
find
uses
out.
strength.
Oh, you're fucked, bud. Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Chief.
Yeah, I am fucked.
Well, we'll figure that out later.
Guess we should have
Maybe-
found that out before we handed over 500 gold. Whoops.
Oh, it's fine.
Maybe if you didn't spend 2 years laying around and getting gains, maybe you'd be able to use it.
But at least I'm getting gains now, right?
Well, I mean, you can work out
You have,
soldiers
you
at
have
the
2 years
fucking
of progress
barracks.
to catch up on.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Fuck.
I'm waiting for Dane Brennan to call up. He's like, "You've missed your routine for 2 years, Ibrahim."
She pops up like a determined CrossFit trainer.
Just fucking bludgeons you.
Where
Roll
you
it.
been?
Yeah,
Where
she's
you
a random
been?
spawn. She's a random spawn like the Collector in Darkest Dungeon. Just poof.
Like everybody's mind addled, but she has a clarity of mind the moment he sees him. Everything makes sense.
It's not insanely high your bonus to hit, right? But I mean, you still have a serviceable +7 when swinging it.
I'll take it.
Very modest +7.
Although it still would be better if I used a dagger. Fuck. No.
Making me waste money over here.
Oh, it's alright.
Oh,
Is everybody back?
no, not even a little bit.
I never left.
Me neither.
I'm existing.
I'm trying not to sneeze on my microphone.
Imagine.
Oh, damn.
Well,
What was the name of last session and this session? Official title?
the official title of episode 4 was called Downward.
Oh, okay.
Episode
Fantastic.
5 is called Inquiring Minds.
Fantastic. Neat, neat, neat. Thank you. Just had to update my notes here.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Ah, you're coming.
So, everybody's back?
Aye, aye,
Think
Captain.
so?
Ready, check.
Yes.
All right. Unless there's any objections. None? Very well.
Absolute fucking silence. That's good.
Ibrahim, you've just been with 50 platinum taken away from the party. You are handed your new blade,
I would like to spend an action to attune it.
and you do. You feel that hum of energy as it sort of binds itself to you, that crackle of electricity forming over the length of the blade and running up the length of your forearms and then settling.
For some reason, I thought it was a scimitar when you said it was like curved. I don't know why. It's not that.
He never said it was curved. He said it was for one of the knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abraham asked for a curved sword.
Well, that was all he had apparently.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a question about the spell, could you use like druid craft to singe something?
What the fuck are you trying to do?
I'm just asking a question. 'Cause I
You're
don't know.
What are you doing?
It has nothing to do with like the game at present. I'm just questioning because you are my DM.
Well, it doesn't look like you create a flame or heat of any sort.
You can. It says you can Instantly light, light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire. I just didn't know if you could use it to kind of do the same thing, like say if you had paper.
Fuck it. Sure. Why not?
Cool.
Cool. She's gonna be burning stuff into wood everywhere. Just watch.
Arnold sort of looking at you as you're holding it. Like I said, he never came back for it, and he didn't show any interest in wanting to buy it. So, you have the day. If at the end of the day you want to return it, I'll give you back your money. But if you don't, then enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, what else the fuck you want?
I don't have anything on my mind.
Well, if you don't need anything from us for now, I guess we'll head over and talk to Ellen. Maybe.
Everyone like perks up. At like, kind of like afraid of him almost. I was just wondering, I'm just searching for a bit of leather or a small bag.
What?
A bag? Or a bit of leather?
Do I look like I sell bags? Does this look like a bag store? Yeah, I can get you some fucking leather. Hold on. Walking over to Patrick, who's in the process of setting up some other equipment, he just grabs whatever Patrick was holding, yanks it out of his hands, and then makes his way back
Cool.
over. It's this very simple, sort of square cut piece of leather. Sort of holds it out to you.
And that would be how much?
What are you gonna do with it?
I was going to collect some flora with it.
What?
Seeds. I was going to make a pouch, a bag.
Just go talk to Adrian. Sells like pouches and bags and stuff. But yeah, here you go. He like tosses it at you.
Like hits her chest and she's like, thank you.
Mm.
Right, I think Ellen and Adrian are our next stops.
Whoa,
Yep.
whoa, whoa. Before we leave, are you not even going to hug us a bit? No affection? No, I'm glad to see you again?
I said that earlier.
Right, but as a reminder, now that we're leaving,
You going somewhere?
I'm not sure just yet,
You gonna vanish for 2 years again?
but if we can help it.
Yeah, well then fuck off.
You don't want to be safe?
What do you want?
I just told you.
He like leans in a little bit, sort of looming. What do you
I
want?
think he would like to hug you.
Why are you so adverse to a hug? To affection?
What do you want to hug me for?
Because I missed you. It's been a while.
Yeah, well, you could have fucking visited. It's not like I
No.
moved. Could have
I
sent a
was
letter.
busy.
Yeah. Could have said, hey, we made it. We're alive. Off somewhere doing whatever the fuck we're doing.
What did you think we were doing?
The fuck if I know.
You had to have had some thought.
Yeah, I'm sure I did. Anyway, Alan's on the next building to the left.
Evelyn looks like she's about to just like open up on this on him like, you're so rude.
I wish I could have written to you. I'm sorry, Arnold.
He sort of pauses for a moment. Gives a small nod. Then begins making his way back to the Spirans.
Who you making your prayers to these days, anyway?
Just glares at Talanos.
Passing comment.
Don't pray much.
Understood.
Arnold goes back to mentoring.
Alice, little town, isn't it, Evelyn?
What? She has her arms crossed.
Hard and given affection. Callous?
He's so very confusing.
That's what I mean.
His mind seemed quite happy and content to have us here, yet his demeanor was so... It was as hard as a brambled side tree bark.
That's normal.
Yes, ever since we met him, he's been hard-handed, hard-hearted, and hard-headed. That
He
hasn't
was so
changed.
happy in his mind.
I don't know. I like him.
Of course you do.
You do share some traits.
I'm
Evelyn
prettier.
nods.
I'm way prettier.
Are you, though?
Well, absolutely, especially with, when you points to the eye thing.
I'm not sure. It did give him a sort of reverence to his look.
This is happening while we're outside, correct?
More than likely, yeah.
And
Yes, I
would be-
imagine
what
he's...
would
I
what
thought
would
it
be
would
happening is
while we're walking.
the back
Yeah.
of the back of Taunus's head exploding as a hammer connects with it.
Well, in
Yeah, he
regards to
loves
the
me
back
too
of
much.
Talanos' head,
I
He's going to
intended
get
it
a-
to be while we were walking.
he's gonna get a slap upside of it.
What?
What the hell were you thinking?
Someone needs to test the waters around here.
Thought it became obvious when things started sounding different. And you kept pushing it.
Oh, listen, when you go to besiege a castle, you don't just charge the front gate. You look for every angle.
Well, the angle I saw, he was quite content where he is now.
He's quite content to be charmed into oblivion.
That's what I mean.
It's like,
We should avoid this wife of his at all costs. There's only one person who could have brought her back.
I can't
From
hear you.
wherever.
I can't
Oh.
hear you very well.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's like, sorry, I have to recount what I said.
but
I think it would be best if we avoid this wife of his. There's only one person who could have brought her back from wherever she was.
she's even brought back and not just some trick.
There's just kind of a nod from Oberon.
Ugh. If she's anything like him, I'll be glad to avoid her. She kind of just pouts.
I can almost guarantee you that she isn't.
She's probably big, strong, and will beat him if he acts out and round her.
I happen to think she's probably all of the opposite.
Everyone
Anything to bring
mumbles
him
in
down.
Druidic.
regardless. You gotta find some way to break down all this BS enchantment going on.
I agree, Telenus, but I do not think we'll stumble upon answers so easily. Especially if we go about it by knocking on doors and testing the waters like we have.
Well, how did we break ours? If anything, this is exactly like that. But real for them.
We'll talk about it later. In more private confines. For now, let's see what Ellen can offer us.
We need to see that, little construct, as you called it as well. I
The
rather liked them.
Sentinel.
Yes.
He's not little. He's very wide.
Okay.
Unless you mean short.
Everyone just kind of looks at him.
You're calling it short?
Yes. Regardless. I would like to see if he's okay. It. Them? He? Kind of puzzles.
But what if it is tall by comparison? We haven't seen any other of its race. If it is even a race.
Look, if something is shorter than me, it is little.
But that is mean, don't you think?
No, it's a descriptor.
What if it is... Alright. Alright.
Are you guys going to find the Sentinel?
I'm just making small talk while we're walking. I just don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't control the. Okay.
I just assumed we were going to Ellen's next.
Yeah,
Like,
Ellen's
right
closer,
next
right?
door.
So we're
Yeah,
probably going
Ellen's
to...
like right next door.
Yeah.
Okay. Approaching the outside of this very elegant looking shop, you would see that it's 2 stories and doesn't bear any resemblance to the more rustic home that Ellen had previously occupied. But as you all approach, you would see that there are a set of double doors, which are easily pushed open. Um, and the interior is much different, bereft of any shelves or uh, sort of immediate items. Instead, you would find yourself in a rather small area, um, with immediately met with a counter, and all of the equipment, everything else behind the counter. Um, and you would see currently in the process of scrawling and writing in a book, a half-elven woman of partially tan skin now, but dark hair, and sort of bright blue eyes, and she's in the process of writing down in a book for a moment, and she doesn't look up, at least not immediately, almost as if she didn't hear that you all had stepped in, sort of very engrossed in her, in the numerous sort of sigils and icons that are being drawn across the paper. And then, sort of half heartedly, I'll be with you in just a moment.
I take it there's a lot more stuff than there was last time.
In this immediate area, no. Behind her, where the sort of cabinets and everything are, there doesn't appear to be any outwardly visible magic items.
One other thing. That suit of armor that used to be here, is that there?
It is not.
Understood.
And then whatever she was writing, she taps very triumphantly, as if sort of dotting a line and then putting the pen down. Right. And then looks up, and the immediate customer customer
DSPS voice?
service face that had been present drops.
Yeah, that placidity from dealing with customers.
And she goes, she pauses, her mouth partially agape, brings her hand up and sort of rubs at her eyes for a moment, blinks several times. You're alive. All of you are alive.
Seems to be the pervading thought.
We hope it is no inconvenience.
It very well could be, but not today. You're... Huh. Well, I guess they were wrong.
Wrong?
How best to put this? When everything changed 2 years back, the sun was brought back and everything else, there was a moment when the capital rose, we were rather perplexed, and many of us head to where it was. And we got there. Well, I did, after much walking. And they paraded you around.
What?
Huh?
Yes, well, the fact that I even see you now just
How did I look?
boggles the mind. Well, you bore a striking resemblance to how you used to look. But you weren't conscious, at least not that I could tell. It was some simulacrum. But they paraded your bodies through the streets.
In what manner?
Stole the words from my mouth.
For those that swore eager allegiance, it was vindication, I suppose is the best way to put it. A show for the gods.
Ah. An example of their failings, then.
Some of the words that were used, some are rather more crude, but I'd rather not repeat them. And then you were gone. The whole celebration lasted for about a week, I believe. And then you were taken back to the capital, the castle, and you were never seen again. And here you are. As she's talking, by the way, I need all of you to roll me wisdom saves.
Oh boy. Nope, not today,
No.
Satan.
Wisdom save.
Hey there, Satan. It's me again.
Oh no!
Brother. Oh.
Don't worry, I got us, guys. Don't worry.
I was
I
expecting
can
Dear
that.
save
God.
for all of you.
Brother.
Wait, what's going on?
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save, brother man.
Ooh, well, you all have a +5 for what's worth.
So
One's
far,
a
not
one, my
much.
man.
Safina, Evelyn, Ibrahim, you guys are fine. Talanos, Oberon, Blake, you feel your bodies lock up. And you would realize that as she's been talking and sort of being very jovial, the other hand had been moving and now possesses a wand.
We didn't get a perception check for that.
She, her roll beat your passive perceptions.
Hmm.
You weren't actively looking, so I used your passive perceptions. And the smile sort of settles, and then she gives a very curious tilt of her head. Oh, well, you're not Celestials. That's good.
No.
Sets the wand back down. The spell, whatever was holding you, fades instantly. Apologies, you can't be too certain nowadays, and I had to make sure.
You know we were a test?
Yes,
Happens often then.
more than I care for.
Well, if we were a test, you passed.
I'd have failed. I only got 3 of you. I'd have certainly been slain had the other 3 decided to do anything.
Oh no, you got me.
There's a very brief, albeit amused, look that crosses her features as she looks back to the others. Well, you're the real deal. Welcome back to the world of the living.
Such as it is.
Yeah, what's left of it anyway.
What's left of it?
If anything, there's more.
My point.
You say that, but it just feels like fake.
Give it some time. You'll find it's all very real. That was my immediate assumption as well, was that it was all fake. That this was one very, very elaborate spell. But I can show you it's not. The protections, the barriers, however, they're real.
Well, I didn't mean fake like as in illusion. I just meant fake as in it's just a bunch of bullshit.
It's forced. It isn't
Some.
natural.
But not everyone.
I know. Just can't help but think that, like, we would have gotten to this point eventually anyway. Didn't need you know whose help. And then, without all the tyranny and subjugation and all that other stuff.
She has a very amused look on her face again. I take it you came here first.
Unfortunately, no, as it turns out.
Where else have you gone?
Oh, I thought you said came here first, as in to her. Sorry.
No, she meant Domwood.
Oh, yeah. Well, turns out we were basically imprisoned about a day from here up the mountain. This whole time.
You've traveled this place. How are things out there?
Good. It's far less dangerous to travel anyway.
It's with all the danger everyone keeps talking about, then people getting killed out inside the walls and stuff.
Well, they like tangling with the large beasts. If you follow the roads, you'll be fine. As well, many of them prefer not to use the soul gates. Their own choice, really.
Soul gates.
Mhm.
What's that?
My design.
How do they work?
What do they
Well,
do, rather?
a more localized form of teleportation. I was commissioned by the capital. Think of them as a road, so to speak. You step upon one and follow it to the next. However, I'm afraid you'll have to attune to them.
So we must first walk to them before we can use them.
Indeed. You'll have to activate them for being outsiders, I'm afraid. So, the closest one you'll have to activate and then find another. And once you do, you'll be able to teleport to it. Back and forth.
Suppose we ought to do that before we head out east.
Would be wise.
Well, wait now. Who or if might have access to knowing who uses them?
Oh, well, I imagine any of his gunspawns. And of course, the king. Any of his loyal subjects might have access to it. I simply commission them. I'm not in charge of them.
But
Well,
would
let's
they
say-
know if we used it?
There's a
They
chance.
very well not.
It's either that or you walk. And I don't know about you. Anor'lur is far larger than Iris ever was.
Is there a way to safely use it without getting snatched up?
What do you mean?
Well, it's magic, right? What if you step through one and you know who redirected the flow to some place that wasn't really good for us?
Possibility. However, once you step through, it is more so bound by your own essence, so to speak. Once you have attuned yourself to one of the soul gates, you'll only be able to travel between them. You won't be pulled off course. I imagine if you would, you perhaps would lose a portion of yourself, but rather dangerous, and I imagine he'd want you whole, in one piece.
So we can choose where to go.
Once you've attuned, yes.
I guess that eventually leads us to obtaining a map later on with these soul gates.
We have to attune to two before we can use one, I'm assuming.
Correct.
Destination and
As
originate.
well, at least here in the Vale, you're rather limited. Once you attune to some of the others, you'll be able to sort of walk between them. But attempting to walk outside, you'll find there's interference from the other towers. So you'll need to attune to a new set, as long as that tower remains active. And as well, depending, again, remember I was commissioned to make them, but I do not run them. Some do possess a cost. The greater the distance, the heftier the cost.
What does it cost?
Well, it depends. It could be anything, really. It could be gold, platinum,
Money.
number of resources,
What
or
about you?
even. I beg your pardon.
Can you use it for free? Can you use them for free?
Yes, I can.
Why is that?
I made them.
Do you have some kind of special pass?
You made them.
Yes. It's called Rights
He,
by the Capitol.
he holds up a palm for Evelyn as he looks to Ellen.
Don't
How can we
hold
get
your
in on
palm
this?
up at me.
Evelyn, I was trying to get to that, obviously. So, how can we get in on this pass?
Go back 2 years and help me make them.
If only.
And how do they acknowledge that it is you when you arrive? Your essence?
I've attuned to all of them, and yes, my essence.
I should have figured. Always strong and special, that essence. We're doomed, then. We'll have to pay.
I'd be more curious to know how we might be able to, let's say we wanted to prevent certain types and folks from using them at all.
Heretical words.
No, well, I feel like we're in good company for such things.
You'd be wrong.
Really.
I receive a considerable amount of coin from the capital for my work. I have grants that allow me to practice without any worry of resources or cost. Everything I've ever wanted to make, I can make. However,
Again, another glare.
if, I don't know, certain individuals outside of my purview, without my knowledge, somehow, sort of looking between all of you, realizing there's no artificer, although I doubt it, did find a means to circumnavigate the access within my soul gates, perhaps something would be done. But then I would be charged with fixing them.
Mm,
Haven't you just arrived?
indeed, but I like to think big.
Perhaps a little too big.
Maybe. It's best to figure out what your upper limit is before you start looking at the lower end.
Nothing's ever too big for that hat.
That's right.
I can tell.
Well, we got that figured out. What do you think we should do first? I hear you got some stuff that needs dealing with.
Project that you haven't finished.
I do. I'm still working on the Arcanus Forge. You do remember that, yes?
We do, but I am surprised that you haven't finished it yet. What happened?
A complication. One I did not foresee. and I
Of
should have.
world-ending proportions?
It is to my research, yes. Do you remember what the task was that I gave you before you left?
And we had to get the heart of something.
Remora.
Yeah, that.
Quite. Well, much to my chagrin, the Remoraz Patriarch mutated with the transformation of Anor'lur. It is called a divine Remoraz Patriarch now.
Oh, great.
I still need its heart.
What if it's not warm anymore? What if it's just crackling with lightning?
I'll still need it. I can find, rather, the rest of it has been solved, so to speak. I've been able to work out some of the finer details in my absence of the main component, and I found a way of being able to keep it active. I simply need the heart, regardless of what element it is comprised of.
So it's just a power source at this point, regardless of what it's doing.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. Where might we find this thing if we were so inclined to go chasing after it?
She smiles and, well, given that you came here after only a day's worth of travel, means you have not seen the Greater Vale yet.
Well, last time we saw it, it was all snow covered and full of bullshit.
I'm afraid it's much different now.
I bet you it's only the snow that's different, and it's still full of bullshit.
I find it to be rather beautiful. There's a large lake north of the cathedral in the Sunrise Vale. It separates the Vale from the Dawn's Reach, which is where the tower resides. That is the last recorded sighting I have of the Remora's Patriarch, and that was over 6 months ago.
You have a map that might point us in the right direction, since everything's so different now.
Do I look like a cartographer?
No, but you might have one.
Perhaps I do. And perhaps it's mine. But I can put it out for you.
Would you be willing to part with said map
No,
for a price, or direct us to someone who might have one that you can then draw on for us,
How about a copy?
or that?
you would see as she's pulling out and unfurling a map. It has numerous little notes, like you would find in the ledgers, and it's just like little dots and marks and everything over this map. And she's like, perhaps a copy. However, I imagine Adrian will be able to assist you better.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see about picking up a map, since that'll probably be super useful, and then maybe you can mark out some interesting places for us. Does that work?
I suppose. I
I
figured
would love to read
being
through your notes.
Yeah, it would be good to know where we're going.
She gives you a very small smirk. Really? Subtly an academic mind?
Merely to pass the time, become familiarized with the place.
I'm afraid my notes will bore you.
Well, you do have plenty. Might be I'll find something I like.
Maybe. Speak with Adrian. He should have a number of maps in stock. And once you get it and come back, I'll mark where I last saw, or rather heard, where the Remora's Patriarch was. And if you bring back its heart, I can get my forge started.
What would you do with this forge anyway?
Same thing I wished to do before. Allow me to better personalize and create an abundance of magical items.
Was the knowledge that the forge matched the same effect of the one in the cathedral OC or IC?
It was both. The idea for the Arcanus Forge is that Ellen, with either a mundane weapon, could potentially infuse it to make it magical, and with other like monster parts and stuff like that, she could change up properties or imbue properties onto things and equipment. So she could take, let's say, Divine Omen and make it Divine Omen of Giant Slaying.
Oh shit. It's
Oh, so it's different.
It's actually pretty fucking sick. Crap.
Obviously, there's a cost,
Naturally.
both material and coin.
Ain't nothing in this world for free.
We are broke in terms of affording magic weapons.
Well, yeah, after buying that one. It happens.
So, get me a map and I'll mark it for you.
Well, while we're here, what about gunpowder? You got any of that? Sorry, black powder.
And what do you need that for?
He just gives her a flat look.
I'm serious.
Bullets.
So,
What else would I need it for?
well, I make black fire bombs, for Waylon and his knights.
Oh yeah, and how does that work?
There was this read that she had about you where she's like, he's obviously a tinkerer of some sort. And then when you ask that idea that she had gets called into question. And she sort of gives you another look.
He's asking her how they work, how she made them, essentially. You say Blackfire bombs. In his mind, there's like 200 variations of how that could work. So he wants her to clarify specifically what these ones do that she makes.
Well, rather plainly, they erupt. And when they do, they leave a rather, as well as black powder, they are also comprised of an oil base. Once they are struck upon a creature's skin or armor, they ignite and burn for some time.
Interesting. So you've gone with an incendiary model.
She gives you a look for a moment and then nods.
And do you do the casting with breakaway parts so that the initial explosion causes shrapnel before said incendiary takes effect?
No, shrapnel is rather barbaric.
An incendiary in it.
No. There's a very sly smirk to her face.
Are
And you-
these more mechanically derived or alchemically?
Both.
I would
She
say
would reach
both.
down and you would watch as she pulls one up. And it is this actually I can show you a picture.
Nice.
Yay, pictures.
I like pictures. Drool, drool, drool.
As well with the Alcanus Forge, I'll be able to make more of them, variants of them. Obviously this one burns, but I can comprise some that strike or crackle with electricity.
So you have access to an alchemist lab of your own, correct?
Yes.
I don't suppose you would have additional supplies for aspiring alchemists?
Aspiring alchemists? No. I do have supplies for sale.
I might need to take a look at that at some point.
I'm afraid I do not offer mentorship. So, I only sell.
Do you have any particularly special collection of seeds or flora from around the area?
I'm afraid not, my dear.
Oh.
You would have to ask the druids. They're the ones that supply me with herbs that I need.
Her face sours as she thinks about the druids again.
Steph would just gently pat her shoulder in a supportive manner.
Like an anime when the drop goes over their head.
Foot drop.
Can I see that? Yes, about the bomb.
She holds it up.
He'll take it and look it over. Oh, I didn't see it. You must have linked it in Discord because that would be smart. Derp, 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 derp. Scroll. Does it look like it's cast into one piece, or is it screwed together?
3 pieces.
Okay. I see the pin, I see casing, and then there must be a primer inside.
Correct. And it splits apart. So once it hits, generally with direct force, it pops open. The liquid
Sprays
and contents
everything.
are sprayed outwards and coat. It is a very primitive, sort of Greek firebomb.
Yeah, incendiary grenade device, etc. Yeah.
It's a fire pot.
Well, I mean, the fact is that with the pin on it, I imagine you have to rip that out before hurling it, otherwise it won't
Correct.
do much. So if you just dropped it on the ground, it's not gonna, do
Yeah.
anything.
So this is one of the consumable items that you can find, or buy or purchase, much like burn salves, bandages, and antivenoms. This item, when thrown at an enemy using your action, will afflict them with the burning status.
Neat.
Interesting.
I want to make a burn.
Hmm. I suppose if you tried to take it apart, she would get real pissed off.
Yes.
Oh. Interesting. And you just use black powder and an accelerant is all you're using in this then.
Well, I use the black powder to mix with the flammable liquid within.
How do you make it ignite then if the black powder's wet?
There is a igniter within.
Yeah, but black powder that's wet doesn't burn.
I'm not saying that the black powder burns. I'm saying that when it's mixed with the oil I have, it burns even hotter.
Something akin to alchemist's fire?
Close. My own creation.
He'll lift it up and sniff it, just like try to figure out what it is that she's put in there.
Roll me an investigation.
Something like Greek fire is gonna
You get a roll
stack.
advantage if you have keen senses, Mr. Half Elf.
Keen senses?
Because you're using
Oh.
sniffies.
He doesn't.
I don't, that's not the kind of half elf that I am. What kind of half elf are
I
you?
don't
Holy
know.
shit.
I was just telling you.
Fair enough
I don't-
though.
That also.
I was gonna say, keen senses just gives you proficiency, right?
Just sniffies.
I don't know. I don't think that's
Keen
the kind of
senses is an animal thing.
Yeah, and elves have it.
some do. I think wood elves maybe.
I was just
Half wood elves. No, it's a good point. I was just like confused. I was like, wait, what? I've never heard of this. Anyway, investigation. Okay.
Sniffies.
No!
Sniffer.
It surprisingly doesn't smell like anything.
Fuck. Of course my rolls decide to be garbage today. Wah! Dice, stop betraying me. He tosses his hand a couple times and then offers it back.
She takes it back, setting it underneath the counter.
Well, I don't know what anyone else needs, but if you've got a small barrel of black powder, that'd be helpful for me, at least for the net moment. And then maybe I'll cook up some stuff of my own, give you a run for your money. And by that I mean share knowledge, expertise, if you will.
I see.
He really means well.
What I'm trying to say is that you're smart, I'm smart. I have ideas. Maybe we could help each other.
She's nodding.
Additionally, I might be back for those alchemist supplies. Got a project of my own. That bears further investigation.
Especially I have some ideas
Gizmo.
about certain other things, but we'll get into that a little later. When things are maybe a little bit safer in our direction, if you know what I mean.
Well, if you would like, I can sell you a little 2-pound keg for 30 gold.
All right. Fuck, how much is that going to be for my needs? Pound keg. Well, I guess we've been basing it off of gold cost, right? So it would be like 30 gold worth of
Correct.
supplies. So we'll just use that metric basically. Okay. You make change for platinum.
Of course I do.
Nice. So that would be
3
1,
plat.
3, well, 30, yeah, 3. Well, yeah, if it's 30, I can just hand her 3 platinum. Done.
She takes it, puts it on the counter, and you would watch. She doesn't move from this position, by the way, at all. Just sat here, doesn't reach for anything behind her ever. And it's like whatever she needs, she can just pull it up. And as she reaches down, she would both hands pull up this rather chunky, little stocky barrel of sealed gunpowder.
She has a
Nice.
merchant counter of holding.
Of holding. Yeah, I saw that too. I was like, you
Merchant
use
counter of
resources
holding.
to make a counter of holding.
I have infinite resources. Of course I did.
You vainglorious brat. Anyway. This woman needs a belt.
Can Evelyn try to like peek to see where she just keeps getting these things discreetly?
You would have to like lean over the counter, but you can try.
She like pushes your head away forcefully. Like, no.
Go ahead and let's see. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check.
Oh no! You sure I can't do like animal handling?
Nope.
Okay.
Sleight of hand, please.
What animal
that's
are you
fine.
handling?
I don't know. The animal of life.
It's more like I don't know. I kind of want to get her with a brat handling check.
Okay.
So we need a new. We need
I
a new
have knowledge
skill.
of a past life. Should I need it?
We need a new skill in D&D DM for brat handling. Advantage if you have a
I'll
belt.
take that into consideration.
Excellent. Thank you.
20. Yeah, you would lean while the rest are talking, and she's sort of in the process of. She would also know that when she sells or notes anything, she's making small notes in her own book, which gives you an opportunity to very quickly peek over, and there's nothing.
What the fuck?
You would see that she's sat in a chair, but around her is it's nothing.
What the fuck? Evelyn just like seems very puzzled all of a sudden. She sits there and does the Final Fantasy thing that Y'shtola does, where she like crosses her arm and like taps her forehead with her knuckle.
Anything else I can help you with while you're here? Any other equipment you do rather seem to be lacking?
Well, we're also not as wealthy as we once were, so we got to make sure we're not overextending ourselves. Just comes to work. Other than this divine Remoraz, you got anything else you might need help with? Since you've got infinite resources, I figure you can obviously afford to help.
I can afford the help, yes. However, that's all I need. I need its heart. Once that's done, it frees me up and I can start working on other projects.
Good to know. I don't think of anything else I could use that I desperately need, and I can't think of anything.
All that we can afford.
Well, I mean, that's always a problem in it. Well, shit. Who's gonna have a map for us, or a copy, rather? Guess
Oh
what's
my
the
god,
question.
have you not been?
No, I've been thinking about blowing things up, to be honest with you.
The gentleman who runs the general store.
Correct. All right.
Correct?
No, I was saying that to myself, like, oh yes, you did say that, because I was already in a fucking tailspin of like, what kind of bombs could I make now that that's a thing? was very much in my own world for a second there.
If you want to make bombs, you're going to need a workshop. And I don't mean like a lent workshop. You need your own workshop.
Well, it's still something to think about, isn't it?
I know. And I'm telling you.
Boo hiss! Very well.
Is the general store the same location as the one before, or has that changed?
She gives a small smile, sort of closing the book for a moment. Once you go out of the store, take a left, and it'll be the third building on your right. Sorry, I said that wrong. Go out of the store, hook a left, so you're going down this road. Third building on your right.
Okay. Ah. Understood. Well, no doubt we'll acquire that map, and at least one of us will be back to note where the Remoraz was.
I have a question.
What is it?
When everything changed, how did it happen? Was it instantaneous? Did it happen, overnight? Like, did you go to bed and wake up and it was like this?
No, it was all rather sudden. What came after, or rather what took the longest, was rising into the air as we are. The darkness was gone almost instantly. I just remember being in here, and I watched as light flooded in from all the windows. It almost hurt to look at. I'd been looking at my own lights for so long that seeing the sun again, it hurt. And when I stepped outside, I saw it. I saw how beautiful the morning sky was. It took my breath away. And everything else sort of followed. Eventually, the frost was just gone. Well, it took maybe no more than a few days. And beneath it was everything you see now: the gold, the the sort of white stone, all of it. And even the buildings, they transformed. That wasn't our doing. Everything you see now was, or rather, everything that's been changed. We've just adapted.
So that's why everything is still in the same place.
I'd have loved to have moved my workshop into a mountain, especially with as much as I have now, but here we are. She watches all of you for a moment. It took about a month for us to be fully lifted as high as we are.
How high up are we?
Well, from what I am able to gather, we sit higher than even the highest clouds.
Hmm.
The fact that we're able to breathe is a wonder.
Not unlike Arias.
It bears some similarities. Although the manner of protections that surround this land are far more advanced.
Do
A
things not
wizard with
just
enough.
fall off?
Sorry, what?
Things not just fall off when they go
No.
too far?
Water does, but the water never seems to really end. The people, you'll find that you'll be barred. Attempting to swim over the edge will just do nothing.
So very confusing.
I take it you've never been to a rise.
What?
She smiles. A place of learning.
Afraid not. I
That's what you call learning.
have only seen nearest a small part of it.
Well, you have a lot more to explore now. The other kingdoms are quite lovely. And she sort of eyes you up and down for a moment, taking in your appearance. Well, I imagine some portion of Lothloris would welcome you.
Of what?
Lothloris. It's beyond the Ivory Wall, in the Radiant Downs. There's another kingdom, comprised mostly of elves, of course. You're a wood elf, yes?
Yes.
The neighboring rivers house much and more of the wood elves. I imagine you'd be welcome there with open arms.
Ellen seems to ponder on this.
Well, unless anyone else has anything anything they'd like to ask or buy, they best not overstay our welcome.
I'm good.
I'm fine for now.
Business spoken. Let's get down to the task at hand.
Thank you for not forgetting us.
Forget you. Well, there was a time. I admittedly had forgotten a lot of faces. I pushed myself into a lot of my work. Kept a lot of people at arm's length. But I don't think I could ever forget your face. She smiles at Evelyn.
Evelyn blushes. She kind of nods.
Well, if there's nothing else.
At the
Yeah.
character, I've got nothing.
Yeah, same.
All right. I'll assume then that your shopping here is done.
For now.
For future reference, this is where you'll be able to buy a lot of your consumable things. Clotting powders, medicinal herbs, milk-soaked linens, things like that. Things that'll help you out in the field as well as allow you to inflict those status effects.
Neat.
So she did have herbs. God damn it.
She said herbs. She just said she didn't have any seeds.
Oh.
You were asking for seeds.
I said seeds and flora.
I mean, these herbs are for clearing blight or something like that, I bet.
Everyone's
Like
just
medicinal.
very interested in the mutations of plants and animals that have come around after seeing the bird fart out electricity. So
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
the
afraid if you
druids,
want
yeah.
more, you'll have to go talk to the druids.
no, it's scary.
She has nothing for you then. Be on your way.
I'm
Pet
afraid
store
of
locks
them.
it.
Be gone, you.
It's okay. No, their gods exist here, so they don't worship her dad anymore. She's not like an idol anymore. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh, we'll see about that.
I just threw up.
All right, party, what are you doing?
We're going to get our sentinel.
Maybe a map from the general store?
Yeah, but the sentinel first.
Where's the sentinel supposed to be?
In the
Oh man,
mines.
the last time we went into mines, things did not go well. I'm afraid.
Yeah, clearly we lost 2 years and went to the mines, and I'm sure the general store is right next door. It's on the way.
Damn it, fine.
Well, here's the way it's gonna go. Either you can go to the general store, and in the general store you'll talk through all your stuff, and then the session will be done there. Or you go to the mines, get the sentinel, then the session ends there. Either way, you're not getting both in one session.
Why not?
Meh.
Because I believe folks have a game to run today, don't they?
Ugh, prior obligations?
Not
Blech.
today.
Not today, I don't think.
Nope, that's next week.
Where's
Oh.
your spontaneity?
Well, then I'll leave it up to the party. Do you want to go beyond our normal time?
Yes.
Since we got started late, sure, why not?
As long as don't go too past. I'm thinking like maybe 3.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, because we're about an hour later today, so yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then.
Alright.
All right, party.
Quickly
Move your
hit up
token.
the general store. It's right next door, you said, right?
Around the corner,
Around the
third,
corner.
Bring to the
third
right.
building on the right,
Ah,
right there.
bing bong.
Fantastic.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Stepping up, you would see it bears again. All of the buildings here have that beautiful sort of white stone foundation with these very intricate, overlaid sort of wooden patterns that make up the walls and ceilings and roofs. And as you approach, you would see a very, very humble one-story building with a sort of back section that extends out from the normal portion of the store. And as you open it and step inside, you would see that there are numerous bundles and packs that line shelves and smaller tables. And you would see at the far end, sort of in the process of pushing things up onto shelves and sort of adjusting some of the equipment. Give me just a moment. a uh, a figure whose hair is partially sort of receding. Um, White, wispy hair that lays at the back with a very tight, pushed together beard and very thick mustache that when his mouth is fully closed, you can't even see his mouth. And a very large, bulbous nose with a sort of cherry hue to the end, and a set of round spectacles. He turns to look at you, and the halfling gentleman freezes.
Oh shit! Wait a minute.
Is it too late to go to the mine?
It's this fucker. It's that fucker.
Well,
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 Is this who
well.
I think it is, DM?
Morgan pauses, looking with absolute horror at his murderers.
This was not the kind of pig I was expecting behind the counter.
He looks stunned.
How
Evelyn
do you do it?
waves.
How do you cheat death?
A little waves.
Hello.
Doesn't know.
Morgan very hesitantly brings a hand up and waves. Hello. Good. It's great to see all of you again. Please don't hurt me.
Hurt you? Evelyn looks at the rest of the
Oberon is just grinning wickedly.
You can see Blake. He's got Divine Omen in hand, and he looks like he's ready to fucking throw that bitch right at this motherfucker.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. She like places her hands on his forearms.
I take it you've done changed your ways.
I was dead.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I've changed my ways.
Insight.
We're on that side check.
If anything, he's
Sure.
changed master.
Can I roll insight too, Dio?
Sure.
That's just looking between everyone, like really kind of like, what's
Yes.
happening?
Evelyn and it's like the like anime moment where they like go and like separate from the party because they don't know what's going on. And it's just
Yeah.
Evelyn and fucking Zeph like blink, blink, blink.
21.
Camera zooms out and looks
Give
at them.
me just a second. Hold on.
They get the like zero, like the circle eyes. They're like, what's happening?
Ooh, I just had an out of character revelation.
What?
Boy.
Remember, if
What's
you
up?
say it and he hasn't done it yet, he's gonna make it a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep it to myself. I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Smart man, smart man.
It is very easy to read, Mr. Morgan. His body language betrays any notion at attempting to be subtle or hide his very obvious fear. He, at least from the way that he is talking, aside from the abject horror that hides or is very present in his expression, he doesn't appear to be showing any like tics or other nervousness aside from what is derived from seeing 6 heavily armed individuals. It is safe to assume that this gentleman is telling the truth. And as he's talking, another figure sort of appears from the back, holding a holding a small box in their hands. And they would pause, seeing all of you stood around and then looking to Mr. Morgan. You would see this individual has sort of softer, pale skin with very like washed white hair, sort of swept back and raised at the top. You would see that they're wearing very simple but very like comfortable garb, like that of like a just sort of normal tunic that is partially opened at the top. Their sleeves are pulled up, and you would watch as the ears on top of their head flick up. They bring a hand up, sort of setting down the box on the counter, and bring a hand up to adjust the glasses that they're wearing.
What kind
Can
of
I help you
ears?
all with something?
What, what kind of ears?
I'll show you.
Show us a picture.
Bunny boy, bunny boy, bunny boy, bunny boy. My castle for a bunny boy.
Castle for a bunny boy.
Jesus Christ.
Or I'm sorry, I'm playing Evelyn. My forest for a bunny boy.
I'm afraid you'll be disappointed.
It's fine, I didn't have a fucking forest to give anyway. Never mind! Take my forest!
Because you don't want to go get it.
Graha, who? I'm just kidding, Graha. I love you.
He sets the box down after having adjusted his glasses, and turns to look. Is everything all right, Mr. Morgan? You appear stressed. How can I help you all?
Well, we just came in to catch up with an old friend and maybe pick up an item or two while we were here. No worries. And you can go back and do whatever it was that you were doing.
Well, this is my store, so I'll be helping you.
Oh, it's not Morgan's store anymore?
No, Morgan's my grandfather.
Oh.
Adopted, of course. He smiles.
I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name.
I'm Adrian.
Ah,
Hello.
Hello. The pleasure's all mine.
well, we were recently discussing acquiring a map of the area. We were told by Ellen you might have one.
A kind of a to send business my way. Yes, I possess a map. May I see your seals?
Ah, of course. Kind of the sort of permission slip that we got, our visas.
Or hold hall pass.
Yeah.
Taking them one by one, you would watch as he's reading them, the ears on top of his head sort of subtly flick.
Evelyn pulls hers out of the leather on her. Yes.
One by one, sort of checking them over, bearing a smile as he does the entire time, and sort of watching Evelyn pull out the passage from what little gear she's wearing. He sort of, the hand is
It's not my fault. I'm a dancer. What do you want from me?
stammers just a little bit and then takes the item.
Where are you
Oh my
hiding that?
God.
Oh, never mind, don't answer.
His eyes are
What?
wandering.
It's monk clothes. What do you want from me?
And then looks over all of them. Well, everything appears to be in order. Here's your passages back. Right, just a map?
I think we're also looking for, looks over to Evelyn, a bag and maybe a cloak.
Hmm? Oh,
All the things we sell.
I got some leather. Perhaps. Have any bone needles or twine?
He gives a very well-practiced smile. Bone needles, I'm afraid don't. Thread and twine, yes.
Oh. How am I going to stitch together?
Maybe just a normal needle.
Evelyn
We
tilts her
also-
head.
We also sell pouches. I make them here.
She squints. Are
All
they?
locally sourced.
Are they conditioned to preserve flora or seeds?
I'm afraid I've not tested. But, however, for such a inquiring mind, I'm more than happy to perhaps give a discount to see if you would be so kind as to return and tell me if it fares.
All right.
Very well. Give me just a moment.
She looks at the
Morgan,
party. Can I buy a pouch? I'm not sure. She leans in. I'm not sure how much it should cost.
Suppose we can decide as a group. I'd like a cloak as well, if that's all right.
2 cloaks, a pouch, and a map. Is
Are
there
your
anything-
cloaks breathable?
Yes.
How hard are they?
I'll bring you one and you can tell me.
Wonderful.
Stepping back, give me just a moment.
Evelyn starts retrieving the little seeds she had gathered from whatever caveat she was holding them in.
We want 1 pouch, 2 cloaks,
Map.
and a map. Okay.
A big pouch.
Big pouch. Okay, give me just a second.
Does mean that the other person was a catboy too? No, I'm starting to think that, Mr. Vordo is kind of based on sorry guys. You made catboys. Bro, he made catboys, cool lightning fart birds. I don't know, man.
He comes
Time
back.
to switch sides.
I mean,
And
they were already
present.
here. Those animal people, these people, they were already here before I reported there. He's revived them.
He comes back with a pouch, 2 cloaks, and a map, totaling in about 29.5 gold. So 29 gold, 5 silver.
3.
Math.
So the map is 25 gold. The 2 cloaks are 4 gold, and the pouch is 5 silver.
How is everyone for like warm gear and everything like that? Like, do we all need cloaks? Probably.
It
Probably not,
is.
probably not
Why
that
would
cold
we-
anymore.
It is
Yeah, why-
idyllic.
Yeah,
so
we
don't
don't
really
need to really dress for the weather anymore.
It is implied that Ibrahim wants a cloak because he wants to hide under it, because it's what he does.
Everyone wants to cultivate another garden.
So
Nice.
give 3 platinum, and then he will give back 5 silver, as is your change.
Took my moss garden cloak.
Taking the cloaks, they are of exceptional quality. They are this sort of sort of off-white cloak that rests like almost perfectly around your shoulders, and comes down to your ankles. You can pull it over the front of yourself, and you can fully cover your arms and potentially hide any weapons from view.
I like that.
Does it look cultivatable?
Well, it is high or low.
Hi.
This one might not be, but maybe Ibrahim's.
Trade.
Tradesies.
Oh, that's gonna be funny.
Evelyn would look it over. And she'd look at Ibrahim's. And look back at
As he-
hers.
He very happily drapes out the cloth across his shoulders, pulls up a little bit of strand of a hood over his head, getting snugly fitted in.
Ibrahim. Would I look
Yeah.
at your cloak?
Hidden behind the cowl, he turns his head, nose kind of like pushing into the cloth, hinting that he's looking her way, but no eyes look through. What?
Could I look at your cloak? She
Can you not see it from there?
I meant closer.
She wants to hold it and inspect it.
No. I just got it. I imagine there's this silence, right?
There is. Adrian's just sort of watching, like.
Why? Why do you want to see it?
I have a specific need. I'm not sure this one would do very well.
DM, they're both the same size, right?
Indeed.
Okay. Yeah. Very suspiciously, Ibrahim finally pulls down the hood and looks at her cloak to see if there's anything wrong with it, any holes in it or something like that. Just making sure he's not getting had by Evelyn.
Roll me an investigation.
Okay.
The shrewd eyes of the relic hunter peering and investigating and looking this cloak up and down. It'll suffice.
Yes, long years living in Suna and in the Black Coast have given Ibrahim a keen sense for when he's about to get fucked. he very slowly shrugs off the cloak and gives it a kind of ceremonious folding before holding it out for her.
She would place hers over his arm and just kind of grab at whatever part unfolding it as she pulls it closer to her to look at it.
What are you exactly looking for?
Malleability, mostly. Perhaps good depth.
Depth?
Well, yes. There has to be room for the roots to go into. She like
They're
kind of
both the same.
scoffs a little, like, duh.
Adrian gives a very small tilt of his head.
They're the same size. Same color, even.
Are they the same color?
Yeah, they're both like this sort of off-white bone color.
What does this one look like?
The same.
Dang it.
Adrian, sort of seeing your expression and how you're sort of judging these, gives a very soft hum, and then perhaps you're more interested in one of our winter coats.
Hmm?
Well, you said you need something thicker for the roots to take hold.
Yes. She kind of pauses, and a flash of like of Oberon's like scrutinizing gaze comes through her head from when she first took his cloak and what she had turned it into. Glancing briefly to him and then back to Adrian. I have aimed to hopefully get some seeds to take root. Kind of like if you were to take a garden and put it on your back. But less soil, more will. She takes one of the potato seeds in her hand that she had fished out from wherever it was and druid crafts to make it like pop open with little green growth.
Oh. Then you'll probably want one of the winter coats. They're not our bestseller, of course. But they do have a rather thick interior. Should be more than adequate for what you need.
Can I have my cloak back?
I'll take that other one off your hands.
Thank you.
I will say, though, the 5 silver I gave you, I will need that back. The winter coats are a little more expensive.
I wasn't going to do any money calculations until everything was finalized anyway, so I didn't change anything.
Perfect. Stepping away, he does come back with a thicker sort of wool-like coat, which would work perfectly for what you are trying to find or trying to do with it. And all in all, it'll cost you 3 platinum for everything you guys bought.
This is far more superior.
He smiles. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Although you'll have to thank him. He is the seamster after all.
She turns to the halfling who she has no prior transgressions with. Thank you very much.
Ibrahim winces.
He nods his head vigorously and then sort of like makes his way past Adrian into the back. He seems rather perplexed. Is there anything else I can help you all with?
Evelyn like counts her fingers like she's checking which things she got off of a mental list.
He smiles. If you would like, I can make you a receipt.
There are people who check those too.
If perhaps they assume that you stole, but if they ask me, I'll know that Pleasant Company came through and bought them.
Well, that's pretty good enough then.
We might be setting out a little bit later, so you may be seeing us again.
Of course. If you're traveling into the Vale, I just recently came up with a new recipe for some rations. If that might pique your interest.
Well, what do you got?
Well, he was like expecting you to come back, and then sort of and then makes his way into the back, and returns sometime later with this small packaged bundle and sets it down. onto the
Ibrahim
counter.
will push to the front. This
Oh,
is his
God.
culinary expertise.
Oh, God.
What do you mean,
Again.
oh god?
It began with him stealing rations, it ends with him stealing rations.
No. Oh, I don't have my cooking stuff anymore, do I?
Nope.
Oh,
So, this is a new recipe, so I do apologize. I'm not fully fully at liberty to say what entirely it's made out of just yet. But, well, it's go ahead and pull on the string and think of whatever you'd like to eat. whoever, really.
Everyone waits impatiently as she looks at Ibrahim, who's pushed his way to the front.
Well, Ibrahim politely looked expectantly at everybody else. Once no one made up their mind, he closes his eyes for a moment, thinks of something, obviously, and pulls the little string.
It unfurls, and as it does, what did you think of as a meal?
He kept it simple. Just a kind of stew with meat and shrooms and very heavily mixed with vegetables and the like.
A hearty, simple stew within a sort of wooden bowl with a wooden spoon present. Is like sort of reveals itself once the top of it has been unfurled.
Oh, just makes whatever I want to eat, what I feel like eating.
He smiles very wide, this very like it worked type of look. You can see the sort of sway of his tail behind himself. Yes. It's still an experiment. I'm not nearly as well versed in arcana or anything like that. But anything you think while you pull that string, and if it's not too complex, it should be able to make it for you. However,
How-
once you finish, once you're done with it, it will clean itself up.
How often can it do that?
Well, it's one per.
How expensive is it?
Well, it's still an experiment. But seeing how well it worked just now, I could maybe figure out a price for the next time you come back.
So this one's free? And Ibrahim's arm slowly drapes around the bowl.
The smile falters somewhat.
Could have blown up. Could have in some way hurt me. It's a test, right?
No, it wouldn't have done that.
You seem rather surprised when I pulled the string.
I didn't know what you were going to think of.
I'm so very glad he didn't eat my customer.
Well, you haven't tried it yet. Go ahead.
I believe that I should be thorough.
Roll me a persuasion roll.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, I see it now. He muses for a moment, pursing his lips together. I suppose it's only fair.
If it tastes horribly, I will let you know. I am quite the connoisseur of good quality. In fact, especially when it comes to cooking.
I see.
Before I try it, do you cook this yourself, or does it cook itself in a way?
A little of both.
So perhaps you add the ingredients, then it puts the ingredients on its own, or...
I'll be fair. I don't wish to divulge too much about it.
All right. Yeah, Ibrahim will take a spoonful and try it.
You die.
It's delicious. In fact, why don't you roll me 1d4 plus 2?
4 plus 2.
You have 4 temporary hit points.
Damn.
These last until either you lose them or you complete a long rest.
Yeah, if I take more spoonfuls, do I get more temporary hit
Nope.
points? Okay.
So this is an exalted ration. It is a a improved or enchanted version of a mundane ration. When consumed, the user gains 1d4 plus 2 temporary hit points that last until you complete a long rest. The ration is destroyed after its use.
I can't share it. I can't give anybody else a
No.
bit. All right.
You eat it, you get a benefit. You get a benefit, which is
Yeah.
1d4 plus 2 temporary hit points.
You said it's delicious, yeah?
It is superb.
All right, the feedback never does come. Ibrahim just leans forward and starts eating, regardless of people watching, even though it's impolite to eat in, company, especially when they don't have food themselves.
Adrian, despite how horribly mannered this current situation is, Adrian
Yes.
looks very pleased.
It's like a lab rat going for the carrot. You know what I mean? For the cheese.
Well, I dare say that's a rousing success.
I would have known if there were any complaints. He'd have said it in the first bite. I imagine.
I don't
Yeah.
think he can say anything currently.
Mm-hmm.
Could you back up?
I guess the only danger is him not coming up for air.
Scraping of the spoon against the bottom of the bowl.
Ugh.
Ibrahim grabbing the other side of it with his hand and tilting it to get good scoops.
Well, I dare say we'll probably be back for some of those in the future.
The moment you finish, it's gone.
In a hail of smoke or something like that?
It just poofs out of existence.
Like one moment there and the other gone? No.
Yeah, like the moment you take that last satisfied bite, everything vanishes.
What if he was licking at the bowl? Like, what
Gone.
if... Alright. So no magical feedback, just straight up empty space.
Correct.
That was great.
He sort of he's still like beaming despite the very awkward situation of listening to you go. So he's
Yes.
like he would turn for a moment and then sort of pull up a small notebook and begin sort of flipping over the top and then begin sort of writing something down. Next time you come through, I'll be sure to have a prize for you.
You.
Of course. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes, well, we're in the subject of food. While we're out there, we're going to need tools ourselves to make food, right? This is Ibrahim asking, not just him, but the party. We may need to get some supplies. You know, forks, knives, pots.
And
Things
things
like
to
that.
possibly sleep on.
We have our packs. Oh, Celia, by the way, which have like mess kits and bedrolls. But if Ibrahim speaking specifically of culinarians' tools, I believe.
Cooking utensils, essentially.
You have bedrolls already?
In theory, yes, unless those aren't part of our packs.
No, he's asking. Adrian's asking.
Oh.
I have mine.
Yeah. We've got what's in our standard packs, yeah. Bedroll, mess kit, that kind of thing.
Does it feel comfortable to sleep in?
I mean, it's a bedroll.
My point exactly. Would you like something comfortable to sleep in?
Well, seeing as you've got something that basically makes food whenever you think about it, what do you have that's better than a bedroll?
Again, that excited sort of energy from him, his ears flicking, and as he's making his way very hurriedly into the back, you would watch the sort of movement of his tail as he eventually comes back and sets down this very finely rolled bedroll. An extended rest in this, and you will find yourself as good as new. This is a restful bedroll. When you complete a long rest in this bedroll, you will gain 1d8 temporary hit points that last until you finish another rest, short or long.
That from
Interesting.
4E.
Yeah.
That sounds like something for you.
Yep.
They're 150 gold each.
Gasp. Well, I think once we're a bit more flush with money, then that'll definitely be on the list. Sounds nice. I'm assuming it feels amazing,
Feels like you're sleeping in a bed.
but just on the ground.
Yes.
Hmm.
Could be fun. Well, definitely going to add that to the list, like I said. But for now,
Certainly
think-
something to remember.
again, when we have more money to throw around to afford 6 of them at once, you know.
Any type of She turns to Oberon, hopeful. A way to take notes on things?
Would you like a
A
pen?
leaf roll?
Like a notebook
A
and
what?
A what? Notebook and pen.
Oh, certainly.
A pen?
Yes, I was wondering if you had a journal of sorts.
A
Here.
journal?
He pulls one of the pens from underneath the counter and hands it out to Evelyn.
She takes it and, looks at it. What is this going to help me do?
To write. That's what you wanted it for, yes?
Tana still
Right?
has his notebook, correct, from way back in the beginning.
Correct.
He pulls it out and he shows her some of the really weird sketches and drawings and designs like this.
She puts the pen to the paper and does a little swirly.
You do a little swirly and you mark his paper.
And now that you've written in it, you now own that book.
No, I don't.
Oh, you absolutely do.
That is how it works.
No.
How much for the book and the pen?
No, she wrote in his.
Oh, and
Paladin's
book.
oh, and he's just gonna be like, looks down at the swirly in his book and then looks up at her and just kind of like
She's marveling at it, the pen, like, what the fuck?
he closes it slowly while just maintaining eye contact. Yeah, like that.
I already possess a quill and ink. I would just need the journal.
Where does it come from?
Well, we make it.
Don't. He just kind of like moves his hand across his neck, like.
You make it.
Getting very mixed signals right now.
Shakes his head, is like.
Ears pinned to the top of his head.
Could you show me?
Well, that's a rather involved event, but perhaps if you're interested. It'll have to be another time, though.
She kind of twirls the
Say-
pen in her fingers.
Say he reaches down for a moment, pulling up a pocket watch. Later this evening?
Oh my god, he's asking her on a date.
Well, we have to stay in town. Anyway. For Oberon's cane, right?
Yeah, 5 hours or so. We were gonna look around a little bit, but you two can go out to dinner later.
Dinner?
It's fine. We have time.
I want to learn how to make this. She like shows him the pen.
We could go
It is-
see
I've
Ellen
never seen anything
Snow's.
like this.
Well, she's here.
The pen is a very it's like a metal tube containing its own inkwell.
Everyone's like, what the fuck is this?
Fancy.
I don't know what this is, but it's awesome.
I don't know what it is, but it's really cool.
She kind of like holds it up to Blake's like face. Look,
I'm gonna buy 50 and take them back in time. I would
just
be
produces-
the coolest.
charcoal from it. Like shows Blake.
Adrian, you can see Adrian like starts to like try to correct that and then pauses and then doesn't.
So, a notebook for the old man, one for her, and the pen.
Old man?
That's just what I call that one. And he points over.
That's not rather fair.
Yeah, well, history, right? Inside joke.
Ah, my apologies.
It's not really old.
I'm actually older than him.
Well, I'm older than both of you put together. So how about we end the conversation now?
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that I'm
Christian.
older than all of you. And Evelyn crosses her
Okay.
arms.
It's not a competition.
Zeph starts like rubbing at her temples.
Same,
Not a
though.
competition, no. You're all
Adrian's just smiling now that this conversation has gone around.
you're all pretty. Let's we'll stop bothering the man.
Oh, I hadn't realized we were bothering you.
Oh.
You're not.
Again, it's just a figure of speech.
Right.
Two notebooks, one pen, on top of everything else.
All right. 2 notebooks. And a pen. Notebooks are about 8 silver pieces each for 50 blank sheets.
Sizable
And
notebook.
the pen is going to be 5 gold pieces.
Holy fuck!
Evelyn don't know what money means, so she like,
I mean-
okay.
It's a pen.
Yeah, well, it's also
Better-
look at the
Better
size.
last forever.
Look at
Yeah,
the
I'll fucking forever.
look at the size of that thing. I mean, whatever you did to make that, you had to have some really tiny screwdrivers or something.
Precision tools. Yeah.
I could probably make one, but who's got the time for that?
Yeah, definitely gonna grab one of those books because I needs to write things.
All right. Go
I
ahead
want to
and,
draw plants and animals.
Go ahead and mark down the gold cost, and
Well, I'm still waiting till we're completely done before I did anything, so we'll just get the total.
so it's 16 silver pieces
Fuck.
and 5 gold.
16 silver pieces and 5 gold. Okay. And then what about the earlier stuff?
That was 3 platinum.
3 platinum total. Okay. Man, this is gonna be one of those math days.
Ian, is there such a thing as like a pouch of holding?
Yeah, a handy haversack.
So it like it's like a small one that could hold like a small amount of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything else you're going to be with?
I don't know, unless you got anything that needs doing around town. Or outside of it, rather.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
jobs, work.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid your passage doesn't allow for employment.
Oh, is that how that works?
It just says that you have visitor passages.
So if we wanted to work without getting in trouble with the local color, then we would need to get what?
Well, you would need to visit an appropriate representative of whichever guild you wish to work for.
What about like hunting outside of town, dealing with bad guys and threats and things like that?
Well, that I have no idea. You'd probably need to speak to Lord Wayland.
Well, what about Blake? Your pass? She turns to Blake.
Adrian looks up at this tall motherfucker.
I'm getting
Did we
donor
lose him?
walled.
Subscribe to Blake's Patreon to be able to talk to him. Block A!
You'll see.
Sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Dog.
He was just checking the
Dog.
link to his OnlyFans was attached there as well.
No, my dog was barking at something in the backyard. Then I realized she was barking at nothing. I'm like, oh, okay. You got me concerned for nothing, dog. Thank you.
But yes,
No problem.
you were spoken to.
Please repeat it to me. I was not even at my computer.
Evelyn turned to Blake, asked him, "What about your pass? Didn't you have something written on it?"
Oh, yeah. And he'll pull out his and will show his allies of the Lawmaster. Waylon wrote it.
Adrian would hold his hand out to take it.
Yeah, Blake will hand it over.
Holding it a little closer, he adjusts the glasses on his face and reads it. Oh, my apologies. I've afforded you even more courtesy. Any friends of Lord Wayland's are friends here. He hands the seal over.
Blake will take it back.
Perhaps we should revisit Wayland to have that added to all of our passes?
Only one will be necessary, but there's nothing wrong with nothing wrong with all of you having.
Well, at some point we'll revisit.
Yeah, we'll make our way back there in a little while. But yeah, well, now that that's cleared up, I guess if you got anything that needs doing, we would like to help out around here some.
Oh, I don't have anything.
That's fine. Anyone that does besides Ellen?
You took the words out of my mouth.
Very well. Where'd your grandpappy get off to? We haven't really gotten to catch up since we were here. Got too caught up in all your cool stuff.
You should be
Amazing
in the back,
food.
working on, I imagine, whatever he's working on.
I think it's cool if we have a word with him. I haven't seen him in forever.
I'll ask.
Thank you.
Adrian takes a step into the back. And is gone for a few minutes.
Well, he's gone. Blake's gonna look at Talanos like with a very knowing look of just like, we're gonna kill him, right?
We'll see.
Kill him?
And if we do, it ain't gonna be now in front of his grandkid. That's fucked up.
Why would you do that? Why kill him?
It just depends on who he's still loyal to now, doesn't it?
Well, he was loyal under the knife, remember?
I just remember him being loyal to a certain cult that I ain't gonna fucking tolerate.
Well, they threatened his life. Now that that threat is gone,
I would be more curious to see if he knows where any of the remnants of that cult ended up.
my thoughts as well.
May I remind you, Ibrahim, what happened to Tarth.
You needn't remind me. I just do recall that he was threatening to do it and he was under duress. We all can't be brave, Blake. There's normal people as well.
I'm aware. He's not one of them.
What
Maybe
happened?
maybe this whole coming back to life thing has given him a second chance, but we'll see. And he looks at Evelyn. It's like
Adrian comes back.
he cuts off,
Uh,
looking all smiles.
I'm afraid my grandsire's busy.
Hmm. Well, just let him know we'll see him at the inn later. Just tell him we got to catch up. It's real important.
He didn't say you were friends.
Yeah, he's quirky like that, isn't he?
Evelyn's just hella confused expression on her face.
He's a very dutiful man.
Oh, I
He's
know.
very passionate about his work. I would not call him quirky.
With friends, we go way back, and there's just stuff we got to make sure is still okay, and maybe some apologies to be made. We might not have left on the best of terms, but we're here to make everything good again, not bad.
We're all acquaintances. We just want to reconnect.
Yeah, clearing the air, and if there's a hatchet to be buried, then bury it. That kind of stuff. Better to be friends and enemies, or not enemies really, but whatever you call it. Just better to be on good terms than not as good terms, right?
You bury a hatchet?
It's an expression.
Well, he is his own man. If he wishes to come see you after I give that information, he will. If not, then
That's all we need. But just tell him it's it's important, and we want to bandage anything that might be hurt still.
Adrian nods. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
I don't think so. We'll probably be coming back for some of that fancy stuff of yours, though. It's pretty good work.
Thank you. Well, if there's nothing else, then I need to get to work.
Enjoy.
Yes, we won't take up any more of your time.
It's time to step out.
Safe travels.
Tip of the hat.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And with that, the party makes their way back out to the road proper.
Isn't it strange how everybody's very kind in this town?
Probably on purpose.
Why is that strange?
Because in the world as it is now, Evelyn, people tend to want to screw you over in some shape or form.
Why?
Why? Well... Okay. A look of fury, a look of pain, a look of hatred you can trust, but a smile can hide anything.
What if it's just a smile?
And sometimes it can be, but not every time.
Some places in the world just are really nasty. That's the bottom line.
Regardless, fascinating to see Morgan again.
I wonder what the point of that was.
You know what?
Bringing him back.
Well, they brought everyone back.
And then some who may not be who they were. But Morgan seems to remember quite a lot versus some of the others who don't remember much.
Remember, the cult became... well, it's under new management, as it were. He might have just been included in the sycophants.
Maybe.
But That's all just theory. Until we can talk to the man.
Perhaps being returned from death has given him a sort of clarity. Maybe he's not under the same spell, or under any kind of denial.
Who knows?
He was ever a clever man. Maybe that helped him. But an enemy of yesterday could be a friend today. Let's not make up our minds on hurting anyone.
Well, that's why I want to talk to him.
He's looking at Blake when he says this.
Oh.
I'm sure he made up his mind when he had us gather his supplies all those years ago.
No one feels Tart's dead more than me. I know what was the price.
Now listen, like, no one's discounting what happened to Tarth. It's just, things are different now, right? If he is not full up on the same sauce as everyone else, perhaps he will see some reason.
Exactly. The lines have changed. Everything's different now.
I mean,
And
hell,
now more than ever, we need to watch our backs.
besides, we already done killed him once.
Yeah, you're right. Things are different. And I don't intend on making the same mistake again.
That's fine. I ain't saying he's becomes our best friend. I'm just saying if we can use him, we use him.
We know his nature. That should be enough to beware any future betrayals.
We're rather short on allies these days, so the people that should have been helping us are drunk, addled, or otherwise unwilling.
Can you blame some of them? Things
Yeah.
are much better now.
Yeah, I can
They
do
were
a lot
before.
of. I can do quite a lot of blaming. You shouldn't really be surprised about that.
I have other thoughts, but that's for later.
My only input is this is a different place now. We're going to have to do different things to navigate this world and
Yeah.
think differently, lest we stand out.
Yeah, she's right. But I don't know. I suppose we gotta look at. You wanted to go to the mines, right? And Evelyn, yeah. Before I know you're still curious about that, but back in the day when we first got here, that little bugger was part of a cult that basically ended up getting one of our friends killed.
Horrible.
And we tracked him down, chased him into the basement of some horrible place, and put the boots to him medium style.
I don't know what that means.
We killed him.
What? The boots?
He has a lot of malapropisms. It's his thing.
Metaphor. It's just an expression. It means we killed him.
Right.
Could we please keep moving, though? Standing here is.
Yeah, right.
He's kind of just straining to stand straight.
A few
Yeah.
of you seem to be forgetting the fact that we still need to lay low. I know there's some harsh feelings right now. I know this. But if we're to do anything, we need to keep that in the forefront of our minds. We step out of line and get the eyes that we don't want on us. All of our attempts are for naught.
Oh, trust me, Sakina. I'm no stranger to that game. It's just been a long time since I played it.
A little harder for me. I'm more the type of kicking down doors and firing guns type of thing. So this is frustrating.
Yes. I imagine it is. But please, no more mentions of winged douchebags.
Well, it's testing the waters, right? I gotta see who's in with what.
And if the wrong person heard you,
Well, it seems like everyone's the wrong person these days.
and
Elenos,
Zeph
you
would just
recall when I
turn.
lied about my name, right?
Sure.
How the whole conversation went on its head.
Well, that's right. We don't need to be lying.
It's not so simple as that. What I mean is, there is something in the air about words and how we use them, and the meaning we give them. Even a rare, odd mention of anything of color could betray us. We need to be very careful.
Anyways, let's keep moving.
So we're going to the mines to find our friendly pot.
Potentially. See if he can be moved.
You'd have thought Ellen would have said something about that.
Maybe it
She
is a
ended-
sore subject. She seems
Maybe.
the type to not be proud of her failure.
Oh, I imagine failure isn't something that she even really believes in. Setback, maybe.
Exactly. They said it had not moved since we disappeared.
Perhaps she wanted to disconnect herself entirely from the subject, especially after she saw us being paraded around.
Maybe. All right, well, let's go check it out. Then we can see about maybe getting a room and a real rest, some real food. See what we can
Rooms
do
are
from there.
already taken care of.
Well, you know what I mean.
Ugh.
Seems like we're going to be playing the game for a while.
I don't know where the mines are.
They're up there.
They were north last time, so I imagine they
Yeah, they're right there.
theoretically haven't changed.
I mean, that's where the mountainside thing is, so.
I mean,
Let's
yeah,
Start
that's
go
making
not
to
a
those
about.
quarry.
mines. We're gonna go to those mines. It's gonna happen again. I can see it now.
And we couldn't wake up to anything worse, honestly.
This is where we
Come on.
wake up and
All
it's
right.
repeating.
Okay, so welcome to Anor'lur. It's 50 years in the future now.
There's two suns in the sky.
I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it.
We got spaceships. Woo!
Now everybody around you does. You were stuck in Fantasyland.
Crap! I
Oh,
fired my
God.
bow. Yeah, well, I fire my laser gun. Like, son of a
This is
bitch!
where the facility went.
Yeah. Oh no, Sardox. Who are you?
Making
Oh.
your way. Oh, you guys would get murdered by Sardox. He's like, nah, free food. Making your way towards the mine, you would see a number of people who are sort of carting things back and forth, sort of pulling empty carts in, drawing empty carts out, and you would see where a number of mine carts are brought out to the main entrance and being shoveled and unloaded. And as you begin to approach, a number of the people who are appear to be sort of standing by, a number of like books or ledgers in their hands, sort of stop. And one of them, who bears a sort of red sash over his chest, sort of speaks up. Can I help you?
Blake will whip out the seal with with the lawmaster's like signature on it. He's like, "We're with the lawmaster. We're here to investigate something."
Huh. Well, I didn't get any message. What are you investigating?
The Sentinel.
He
Apparently,
sort of raises a brow at that, looks to the others who some keep working, others are sort of like rubbernecking, sort of watching you as they're doing stuff.
Dropping some Eves.
Huh. Well, going in.
Blake will just go right on in. Like all
Thank
that
you.
is in like a swift motion.
Well, let's go.
Just Cobb serving the fucking
This
warrant.
he flashed the badge and then he just like he didn't even stop walking. He just flashed the badge and kept walking.
Oh, he'd have stopped you because he'd have taken the seal out of your hand to look at it. You don't get to just no knock warrant and shit like that, or like
Fuck
flash
you.
a piece of paper. That shit don't work here, brother.
Fuck you.
They stop and inspect your seal, and it's
Papers,
him.
please.
Start
It's him
with that
looking it
first next
over
time.
and then nodding and then handing it to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone waved.
All right, clear the way. Lawmaster's men are coming through. Don't interfere.
We just trail into the fucking mine.
Yeah, going back to the mine. Let's go. Let's go.
Constitution saving throw.
Man, she's gonna have
Stepping
to
in.
yield results eventually. Jesus.
Stepping in, you would watch as this very well carved tunnel with numerous sort of minecart tracks that lead from the entrance even deeper in begin to branch and segment, running like veins with how numerous they are. This is their one of their main, if not their actual main export, which is minerals. Anything that is pulled from the mountain is sent and exported to the capital and abroad. And as you all step in, seeing the sort of infrastructure that was lacking previously, you would see that amidst all of it, there is a portion near one of the support beams that doesn't appear touched compared to the rest. There is definite grooves and marks in the others that denote that they have been carved or smoothed away, but this portion is jagged, untouched, and half embedded within it is a pot bearing strange arms that are crossed over its sort of exterior. It appears to be half consumed by the rock.
Hello, little friend.
There's no response.
On it with a finger. Wake up.
Nothing.
What did we tell it to do when we went deeper?
Told it to wait outside.
Maybe its power run out.
I'm going to use a spell slot and cast Detect Magic to make sure he's still active.
You cast Detect Magic, and there is a faint signature.
Everyone looks at
Well.
Oberon like, cute.
Well, he's active. Not very active, mind you.
Can you power him up or something?
Would I know what it would take to potentially get a little bit more juice going?
Well, you're not an artificer. So whatever working theory you have, you can try and test.
But he is a wizard. And this
Not
is a
the same.
construct. It's magic.
And?
Well, that sort of seems like, maybe an arcana thing might be in order. Or so.
Whatever theory you have, you can try. But given that you're not familiar with constructs, aside from a familiar, and this is no familiar, I would say you're not familiar.
I don't know what it would take to get him powered up again. Well, It just kind of like comes over and like leans towards the pot. For what it's worth, you did a very good job. Just kind of gives him that thumbs up that we were giving him beforehand.
We taught him the fun thumbs up.
We taught him the thumbs up.
Sentinel, it's time to wake up.
The figure still doesn't move.
We have a job to do. Isn't he researching?
No, we were supposed to teach him. That's why Ellen gave him to us in the first place.
Oh God, we've taught him abandonment. She kind of puts both her hands on the side of her face.
We've taught him betrayal.
Uh,
I'm so sorry.
He
She
wakes
turns
up and
to
just
him.
is like, it's all ogre now. We're like, no, wait.
Please wake
Probably
up.
not.
You pet the pot.
You very gently pet the sort of rough exterior of the pot. You can see where there are portions of just things that have begun to stuck or like stick to it. That's how long it's been here, unmoving, unflinching.
I wonder, Ellen said these things had magic in them, right?
They were created with magic.
So they must have a source of power that keeps them latent.
Yes, but I wouldn't know what it is exactly. It would rely on its construction.
I have an idea. It
Oh,
might be
God.
freakish.
What are you
Well,
going to do?
I thought, what if we remove the lid, then we throw the sword in it?
No.
Cool idea. Half of the lid is completely covered by rock. Like it is in the mountain currently. Unless you're
I bet
breaking the lid, you're not getting anything in there.
That we just used half of our money to pay for that
Yeah.
sword.
You're not going to piss that away, sir.
Hey, what if we can revive him with it?
Sure, we can find another way. Probably, crazy idea here. Maybe we should just ask the person who made it.
Exactly. If Ellen knows how to get him working again, or at least get power to him so that he can obey commands, perhaps then.
I feel like she would have done that already. Just the feeling I get from her. She's quite terrifying.
Ellen?
Yes.
Why? Why do you think she's terrifying?
Everyone just kind of blinks at Abraham.
Because she
Things
knows
she's
things?
done. The things she's capable of. At least when
Creating.
I was there, it felt like... I got the feeling that she would do anything. Continue doing her work.
Ibrahim hums, screwing his lip a bit. I suppose you're right, there is a kind of pragmatism to her, right?
I recognize it very closely. I would be willing to do anything. Have my home back. That sense of, well, reckless abandon. To gain something I very much wanted.
Well, with you, it's justifiable, Evelyn, but with something so vain as wanting to see one's creations, not so much.
True, but I get the same feeling from her. That she
That
would do anything.
is a very scary notion.
I can only speak on how I feel.
Well, are we going to ask her then?
Probably the best plan at this point.
Poor little guy. I'm sorry we abandoned you, Sentinel. It was not our intention. You'd say to it. Kind of like just passively using mold earth to kind of scoop away the rubble and stuff around it, while the rest of you stand there and talk.
That is not my name.
She just screams, flows backwards.
But I do accept your apology.
Oh,
Oh, it lives.
have you decided on a name?
Custodian.
Ah,
Somehow fitting.
Custodian. Are you quite ready to leave the mine?
Only if the rest apologize.
I see.
I have been abandoned for 2 years, 3 months, 6 days, 5 hours. The list goes on to such a like minute increment that he is counting like hundreds of thousands of seconds.
Holy shit.
We're sorry that we left you.
Granted that it wasn't our choice. Yeah, we're sorry.
You have my apologies, Custodian.
It was incredibly remiss of us to leave you here, especially without further instruction.
Fine, I'm
Like-
sorry.
Elbow Oberon.
Oh, I did. I said I was sorry. Just in an Oberon way.
She would then still elbow Oberon.
To simplify
Very well.
matters.
Apology accepted. He immediately breaks.
Evelyn just falls backward.
Zeph like
You would-
stops behind Ibrahim like, oh shit.
You would watch as deep fissures form in the rock around him. He immediately breaks free of it. He brings his hand up and sort of brushes off the top of his lid.
I use Presty to kind of shine him up a little bit in the areas where he's no doubt collected dirt and rust and moss.
Where are we going?
Still want to go with us?
We still have a mission to complete.
Well, be getting some rest and then potentially finding a Remoraz heart.
The original mission.
Yes.
You should know it is now a divine. And she like basically regurgitates what Ellen had called it to the custodian.
Understood.
Well, you'll also be happy to note that the Hunter's Meat Hall is repaired now.
Done some.
And then some.
Understood.
Looks to everyone else. Shall
You would
we?
see that there is a fucking mass of people at the entrance of the mine who are just staring into this place.
Well, come on. About time we get you out of here.
Arms pumping at his side. Begins to follow after the party.
Kind of give like the generic thanks, gentlemen, to the people as we pass.
Every person watching looks at numerous types of emotions and expressions. Horrified, amazed, surprised, concerned.
What the fuck?
As you all march out of the mine with the with the custodian following behind you, his heavy footfalls sort of announcing the presence of the party. As the crowd parts and allows you back into the street, that warm or that partially warm morning sun once again washing over the party, sort of shining brilliantly off the lid of the custodian, as that's what we're gonna call it for today.
We did it! We saved them!
Moral of the quest. Sometimes you just need to say sorry.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to say
That,
sorry.
that was literally it, was just apologizing to him.
That's what he was waiting for. Love it.
He was literally just being like petty. He's like, I'm not saying shit until someone says they're sorry.
Them.
Fuck
Correct.
these guys. A bunch of assholes. But
These
just pricks,
guys
you'll
suck.
get nothing from me until you say sorry.
He's real quick to forgive. I can respect that.
He just wanted an apology, that's all.
Aw, I love him. I love him so much.
Thank you
Question,
guys.
when
Hold on. Thank you guys so much for playing. We will meet up, unless there's any reason we won't, on the 20th of November for episode 6 with the custodian in tow. For as long as the players wish to stick around, feel free to use your channel points to highlight any questions you may have about the game, the players, or about anything you've seen during it. What's up, Momo?
when does Blake get his cat boy transformation?
He doesn't, I'm afraid.
When does Blake get his lion boy transformation?
He doesn't.
What?
He's part Leonin. The cat boys are part Tabaxi.
Well, say, are they half tabaxi?
Sure.
Correct.
But when does he get his half lion Leonin transformation?
Technically, he won't.
I'm gonna throw up.
He's a human
Oh.
variant. He's not a half, I'm afraid.
Wow,
How
I can't
dare
believe this.
you, Blake?
I feel like
He's not even half Leonin. He's just a variant Leonin.
your question is more as when does Blake assume his true form as a big boobied cat girl?
I'm quite saddened by this.
Who knows? Maybe we'll run into some weird magic out there, and Blake will become just a straight up lion man.
Does that
Maybe.
mean that the cat boys get added to my reincarnation list? Just asking for a friend.
There's a unique reincarnation list specifically for Anor'lur. So as long as you're on this continent, you do not know what you'll be reincarnated as, or what's even on the list.
Well, I know
Is-
there's wood
is-
elves, humans, and cat boys so far.
Is kobolds on that list?
Who knows?
Fun boys.
Okay, I hear the dog's getting in trouble. I'll be right back.
Gasp.
To Momo. So I guess Sir Armin has been replaced now that you have a cat boy.
No. I mean... She's excited about the pen.
Already asked you out on a date. So, I
She's
mean,
excited about the
It's not a date.
mhm, mhm,
She wants to
mhm,
know what the
Mhm.
fuck this thing is.
mhm.
Everyone in the party has just like danced around the fact that Evelyn doesn't fucking know what any of this shit is. She's kind of like glassy eye blinks at like half the shit you guys talk about.
Granted, a lot of the time we've been like waist deep in bullshit, so there really hasn't been a time to sit down and be like, here is the world.
And then the
Here's
world,
what we missed.
and then the world changed entirely. So I mean, now none of us know what's going on. We're all now Evelyn.
Congratulations.
Correct. Hopefully, it serves as an incentive for you to go out and explore and go off the beaten path.
I'm back.
I'm
I
sure
don't
there'll be some
know.
of
You
that.
said to stay away from the forest and stay on the road because the beasts are there. I don't know, man. That's
Yeah, but we
scary.
ain't afraid.
DM's like, go out and explore. NPCs, don't leave don't stray from the path.
All the monsters like,
Gotta say that they're not level 11 adventurers.
Stay on the path. You big mighty adventurers, you who look like they could beat me up.
Granted, I think there's more to the outside than just rogue beasts.
Yeah, there's grass, and we need to touch it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I don't know
touch
about
all
that.
the flora. Learn about all the fauna.
I had this fucking like half expected thought like when Evelyn sees like all the nature, she's just like rolling in the grass, and then she's like, "Oh my god, all this nature! Oh, it's
Look
wonderful!"
at it all.
He's covered in like dirt and leaves. Just like, isn't it great out here, guys?
If we get Catboys, when's the Bun Boys? Whenever they find them.
Oh my god.
They've met
Bun
2
boys.
Catboys so far.
Gonna hold their fucking hands. Gonna hold their hands.
You ain't gonna hold shit. You ain't gonna hold shit.
I'm gonna hold you close
No, you won't.
and
You had a
lovingly.
chance. You didn't take it.
I did.
No, you
Remember?
didn't.
Remember when
Give it up.
I was there? I gave you a big old hug, and I was just like, "I love you."
I like how
And
I
you said
had to
that.
be the one to initiate that, to hug you and be nice
Uh,
and shit.
Brother,
Because
man.
you were a little coward. You were a little coward.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Metro, if you want, the warrior jars are a playable race in Adis. So
Yo,
Yo! Let's
Here-
go!
hear me out. We start a band of cooking pot warriors.
No!
Hell yeah.
you don't want that.
We're all proficient.
You don't want that smoke.
We're
No,
all
no.
proficient with chef's tools.
We're all gonna wake up on a train.
Hello, my
Cooking.
goblinoid friend.
We're gonna cook goblins. We're gonna be the
PTSD.
other side.
Hello.
it'd be more like we make a party of pot people, and the DM's just like, okay, your first enemy is a bunch of big dudes with hammers.
No, I like to
Wait,
imagine like
no. It's one elf with a sword.
no. Even better, like all right, you all start like a like we're all pot party, and then like all right, so you're meeting at a gathering table. A large pot who's responsible for crime says you have to go on this train and steal anything you can.
So, warrior jars have the standard Mordenkainen +2 and choose any other +1. +1, and then you are considered a construct, small or medium. Your movement speed is 25. You have armored casing. You are made of a durable material that makes it so you cannot wear armor. Your base armor class is 11 plus your strength modifier. This can be added to or adjusted to with other items, magical items, or shields.
So if I
As well, you
reincarnated
have-
into a pot, I would have a 17 AC? Or an 18?
Yes. As well as you have Forged in Fire. When you are subjected to fire damage, your exterior hardens and you gain temporary bonus to your armor class. Roll a d4, and until the end of your next turn, your armor class is increased by that amount. You can use this trait a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest.
Is it resistance to fire as well?
Let's see.
Could my companions use me to make a stew?
You are not resistant to fire damage. You just gain a benefit for being hit from it. You are, however, a constructed. Oh well, we'll get to the stew one in just a moment. Constructed nature. You have resistance to poison damage, immunity to disease, and you have advantage on saving throws against being paralyzed or poisoned. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. However, you do have potentate. Powered by numerous warrior spirits inside of your jar, you can attempt to add to this collection after having defeated a foe. So long as the creature is not more than one size larger than you, you can attempt to add them to your potentate during a period of a short rest. You gain bonus of temporary hit points equal to 5. This bonus increases to 10 at 5th level. Let's see. Yeah, 10 at 5th level, 15 at 11th, 20 at 17. This lasts until you take a long rest.
So what I'm hearing is barbarian pot warrior that vores its enemies.
Correct.
Oh
That's
my
what I'm
god.
hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
That sounds like it's right up your alley there, Blake.
Hello, Brett. Hello,
Alright.
Brett.
As well, there are some magical items that are derived from the pot boys, which include a warrior jar shard or a living warrior jar shard. However, one requires that you need to beat them in an honorable duel to get. The other is if you rip it from their cold dead body.
Oh, about the stew.
Yeah, that was the potentate. That's you consume a creature of equal size to you and gain temporary hit points until you finish a long rest. And as you level up, that temporary hit point gets higher.
Yeah, but
Basically, you're
could
filled
they
with
make
dead
a
people
stew
soup.
in me and then they eat the stew?
You contain a bunch of bodies inside of you. So
theoretically, if you came a bunch of bodies of deer or like pork or like
How do you fit all those bodies in that small little package?
you chop them up, obviously.
How do you fit all that sass?
watch
that
the custodian
mouth.
and you'll find out.
I imagine it just liquefies, just turns into people sludge.
Yeah, but like volume, right? I mean,
There's some that gets lost in the process.
well, you're
It
talking
comes
about
out as
cooking
gas.
down. Comes out as tallow.
Sounds like we've got some
You
experiments
skim it off
to
the
do.
top.
There's also a warrior spirit. Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack as part of your attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action and call upon the spirit of the warriors inside of you to unleash a flurry of swinging attacks to all creatures around you. The target must be within 5 feet of you and no more than one size larger than you. Unless it succeeds on a DC equal to 8 plus proficiency plus your strength modifier, you can push it up to 10 feet away or knock it prone.
Oh god, think about all of that, but then add wizard stuff on top of it with Flynn.
That's Flynn. Flynn is he is a warrior jar, but he is a wizard. The custodian is a warrior jar, but he is a fighter.
Yo, hear me
Oh,
out.
See,
wow, yeah,
I'm
lots
just
of
saying,
fish.
we got Ibrahim and his cooking tools now, and we have a pot boy. Just saying. We'll make some
big old
fucking
pot.
killer stew.
I didn't get no fucking tools.
Yeah, he did. We bought them at the store.
No, he didn't.
No, we didn't.
We didn't get him cooking utensils? I thought that's
Oh.
what we added to the thing.
This group does not like me at all. Like
What
0%.
do you mean? What do you mean?
Exactly the words that just came out of my
What
mouth.
do you mean, though? That's not true. I like you. I think
Yeah,
you're
no,
great.
let's buy the fucking food that cooks itself. Why would we let the cook be a cook?
Yeah, no one said that.
I
Yeah, no,
legit,
I
Literally
do believe-
everyone thought
I do-
that.
I
I do
legit
believe
thought we
there
bought
was.
them.
I do believe it was a lack of like, yes, I would like to buy some culinarian's tools that caused that particular situation to come about.
Untrue.
So
Completely.
So next time,
You were like, we have a mess kit. We don't need it. All right.
I did not say that. I said we have
All
meth.
right, hold
All right,
on.
Mr. Hat.
Let's stop. You little psychopaths. For the party as a whole, any theories on how to commune with your deities as of yet?
Bro, I got daddy issues. It ain't happening. He didn't answer me before. He won't answer me this
I'm
time.
gonna answer you now.
There's no milk
It's
here.
cult time, baby.
You see, we already crossed that road with Blake. His girlfriend kind of jumped out of his brain into a statue. So, like, he ain't talking to nobody up there.
So you guys were actually a couple.
Sure,
Oh,
why not? Okay.
I mean, I just don't recall you guys role playing it out.
I mean,
Seems
yeah,
presumptuous is what I'm
didn't.
saying.
It's just, it's kind of a joke. It's kind of, I guess.
Oh, it's a joke. Oh,
yeah, I guess you
alright.
wouldn't understand though.
Yeah, you're hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Why are you guys so
Why-
fucking
I don't know.
talk? Why do you think
you know what's going on?
He's super like aggro for some reason. Why?
why
I
are
thought we
you
were
being so
homies.
toxic right now?
Did our time mean nothing when I visited? I thought we were homies.
What?
forgot already.
You got a kiss today. What the
God.
fuck else do you want?
I just want your approval. That's all.
Oh my god.
Any other theories on how to commune with your deities?
I imagine prayer would be at least a decent start.
Yeah.
Dude, they get you praying, bro.
Didn't say
Either
pray in
that or-
public.
The other thing that I could try to think of would be finding any sort of remnants from any of the gods. While I'm sure there's probably nothing, but there might be something.
There
I'm
might
real
be
nervous.
something-
Whether it's like a crumpled shrine or something.
Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna
real
have to
nervous
find-
to go visit the fucking druids, dude. I'm
I do
real
that.
Especially
nervous.
now. Especially
Okay.
now.
Yeah, because these little figurines right here, they don't look like nature like nature statues. Them looks like horses and flags and shit.
I was
I'm
just
a
imagine, like,
little worried.
I just makes it even worse that like you were avoiding them like all before, and then we have like a 2-year time skip, and now it's just like, oh fuck. Oh no.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
But yeah, imagine finding like some kind of other shrine or kind of recultivating the religion / cult.
Yeah, trying to find other followers and believers and almost joining together.
God's not dead, he's
That being
just alive.
said, between Zeph and Talanos, if they work together, it might be more effective.
It'll certainly be fun when you guys start exploring with that stuff.
I miss Shay, dude.
I miss
Uh,
Shay, dude.
I miss my buddy.
Mystic, you are welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed the session. To the party, are you guys sure you want to overthrow the king now that he's given you all Catboys?
Yes.
Like, we're gonna kill you, but leave the Catboys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They die with me.
Okay.
Oh no.
I mean, if
He's
that's
saying,
we-
he's sounding
we
kind
live-
of base.
We
it's a
lived
sacrifice
without
I'm willing to
him.
make.
We lived without him before. We can do it now. It'll be fine.
I don't know if I
But-
can, man.
But he
Sacrifice
is
I'm willing
kind
to
of
make.
based for giving us cat boys. Just saying.
Just think, if there's cat boys, there has to be cat girls.
Meh.
Fun
That
boys?
means, you know what that means? That means
Meh.
there's cat himbos out there.
Meh.
We need to
We have
find
one
them.
in our party. Oh wait, you're just a
lion.
variant.
Lion.
You're just a variant.
I'm just a variant.
So toxic, bro.
I'm just saying. When does he
You
get
know-
his tail? I want
He coulda-
cat ears on bake.
He could have been cool, but instead he just wanted our feet. Look at that.
No, no, that's not how it works at all, man.
If
Uh-huh.
pot boys are only constructs, does that mean they can't be targeted by healing spells? They do have a clause. They have healing factor. If the mending spell is cast on you, you
Hell
can
yeah.
spend a hit dice, roll it, and regain a number of hit points equal to your roll plus your con modifier, minimum of 1. In addition, your creator designed you to benefit from several spells that preserve life but normally don't affect constructs. Cure wounds, healing word, mass cure wounds, mass healing word, and spare the dying all affect warrior jars.
Otherwise, as PCs, you would fucking die because
Correct.
mending takes a minute to cast.
Correct.
Cat boys.
Um,
Cat
the
boys.
Cat
DM.
boys, cat boys.
Who is stronger, Sir Armand or the pot? Sir Armand.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, the custodian. He's just a baby. He's just a baby fighter. He can throw rocks though. It's pretty cool.
Wait, say the wizard pot's name again. Finn. Finn. Also, hello, Brett.
And he is also a child. Pretty much. He acts like a little kid.
He's a baby. He throws rocks.
He's cool.
He throws rocks. He's cool.
He's at least 2 years older.
At least, yeah. 2 years.
What's
was it
that
6
in
months?
pot boy years?
Yeah, what's that in pot boy years? 2 years,
Yeah.
6 months,
Ask
something
him.
days.
Next session, you'll find out.
Those 2 years
Yeah.
were like agony. It was hell.
It's just like, lay low. Oh, and we took the custodian who's been here unmoving for 2 years. Good job.
Do you know what 2 years is like? That's 2 eternities in pot years.
So many.
My perception of time is slow.
This is literally how the custodian walks, by the way.
I want to see how he walks.
Yes,
Are they
that's
gonna-
exactly what I was thinking.
I think that's
Oh,
how
I
we
love
walk.
it. Yes.
That's how we walk into the
Yes.
mine.
I love it.
Oh,
That's
That's amazing. I like to imagine someone in the center, just.
Yep, that's him walking out with the party.
Yes.
Since he's a construct, could we enchant him to have like? Could we enchant him to have sound when he walks, like music?
Find out.
Right now we got nothing to our names.
You guys keep spending your money, which is understandable, but you're running out.
We keep. Hey, you got any work for us? No, but Ellen does.
Already down.
There are 2
Yeah.
people that were told to have had jobs. That's Ellen and the Druids.
We
Guess
gotta
we're gonna
talk
go
to
visit the druids then. Yep.
Yeah, we gotta go talk to the druids.
Meanwhile, Oberon's right now is like, I would like to sit down. Help.
Bruno's just
There
like,
he
my knees.
My knees.
Yes, Ibrahim. Yes.
That's really how it feels like.
We just needed to play that music the whole time while he's walking. That's it.
the whole time. Say you're sorry.
Say you're sorry. He just starts fucking doing it.
That was amazing.
All right, let's go.
You're so good.
Oh shit.
I love him.
I was really curious if you guys were going to go to the custodian or not. Like, I know you guys kept
Yeah.
talking about it, but I was like, no, they'll probably leave him behind.
No, hell no. Get out of your mind.
We couldn't leave him behind.
We're just like,
Absolutely
God,
not.
boy.
That was Ibrahim's first option.
I
Like,
love the thought that the custodian even refused to move for Helen. Just because he wanted a sorry.
He's petty. He's a petty
Like,
bitch.
he denied his maker just because he wanted a sorry. That's fucking amazing.
Well, I mean, look who made him. It's probably Ellen's pettiness. I'm not speaking to anybody till I get my apology.
He's a petty
I'm
pot.
pissed.
Ellen's
I'm
like,
mad.
I'm your leader, and you will come with me. And he's just like, no.
He's like, I have orders. I must obey.
I remember you told me to follow their orders, and they ordered me to wait here.
listen, you little shit. I made you.
Rotates
You
in
came
place,
out of my brain.
rotates in place until his back is facing towards her.
Yes.
He sort of buries his face in the mountain.
Crosses his arms.
Yeah.
Ellen's just like, did you just? Are you throwing a tantrum? Are you pouting?
Sulking extra hard.
They left me here.
I'm mad. I'm angry.
I spent all of 15 minutes with them. I learned all of their bad habits.
Is this what life is? Abandonment?
Now they have a tragic backstory.
That was the first lesson.
We were the
Everyone-
tragic backstory.
Everyone fucking leaves.
Oh my
no.
god, we were the tragic backstory. What have we done?
Everyone's like, I'm trusting you with this. He will imprint upon you and learn from you. And the party's like, yep. And then immediately like, goodbye, thing.
It
I
wasn't like
don't
that.
want
What
you
the
anymore.
It was more like we didn't want him to come with us and get fucked up, which he would have gotten fucked
totally
up.
with that last dungeon we were in, he totally would have died in there.
Hello, just shattered into pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I couldn't live with myself knowing that we went in there and then fucking fuckface is just like, ah, yes, pot man.
Targets it before any, like, literally
Yeah.
shoves past the rest of the party, swings his sword at the pot. Stop him!
The entire party's rage timer goes off.
Oh my god.
Kill me. I've already won.
I got the pie.
Pretty much.
Party, red eyes, real shit.
give him a quick lesson in what death tastes like. So, custodian, how you feeling after dying? He's like, I hate it.
This
I didn't
sucks.
come back.
Send me back.
You realize you're just talking to the potentate as it fizzles into nothing.
No,
He doesn't come back.
He would have came back. That was
Gives
the
us
point
the
of the
peace
dungeon.
sign.
He would have came back.
Peace
The
sign and
fucking-
just leans back and disappears.
The fucking Terminator thumbs up, dies.
It'd have been like the arm as it's melting into the potentate. The thumbs up and then just gone.
I hate that.
He'll be back, right? Yeah, we just go. Someone dies and he'll be back.
I mean,
He won't.
reincarnate.
You trying to reincarnate him into a
He
cowboy?
cannot be infected by reincarnate. There are very specific spells that can affect him.
He does
He's
have
not
humanoid particles inside him from the potentate.
Are you trying to say that you're trying to turn the potentate into a catboy?
I'm just saying.
You
Combine
would
those
like
warrior
1,000
spirits.
gold. 1,000 gold on sludge.
If
Yes.
it meant we
And
brought
hope to God it made
man
something.
bag.
Yes.
How horrifying would that be? You were a construct, formerly impervious to most forms of harm, didn't have to deal with biological processes, and now you're in a fleshy meat suit.
Put me back.
I hate it here.
I think he would still want his apology.
He's like,
Yes.
you're just a skeleton on the ground.
Apologize.
Apologize to me. We're sorry. Thank you. Dead. Jesus, that's some willpower, brother.
To the party, do you think you should put a disguise on the pot so no one wonders how you got him to work?
A bit
Yeah,
late now,
anyone-
brother.
If anyone asks, we say it's none of your damn business. We're with the lawmaster.
We just
mean-
say we knew the password and no one else did. The end.
We flip the seal, be like, none of your fucking business. Go back to your jobs, and then that's it.
I'm sure that'll work out swimmingly.
Yeah,
I
probably.
tried
not.
that already and got hit with they
Nope.
take the seal from you and read it. By the way, it's not like you've been deputized. It says you're a friend of the lawmaster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
friend usually means gets away with crime. Don't you know that?
Wow, Blake is taking a hard left turn.
Yeah. What's your alignment again?
My
hold
alignment
on.
is I'm the adjudicator, and I made it the fuck up.
my alignment is PTSD adjudicator. Like, is that a? Okay.
I'm angry.
Blake, why are you like this? What makes you? Why? What's making you think all these things? I made it the fuck up in my rage.
So pissed off all the time.
Think of it the other way around. You have to use reincarnate again, and it rolls a warrior jar. Sure, you get strong AF, but don't die. Kind of like your absolutely last chance. You cannot be reincarnated into a warrior jar, I'm afraid. You can,
Aw.
however, have a warrior jar body made, and then your remains put inside of it.
You get stuffed into it, and you just
Yeah,
realize,
but
like,
you
what have you
wouldn't be
done
you.
today?
You wouldn't be you when the top boy is.
Correct.
So it would be kind of like a reincarnation.
No, not even a little bit.
That's
The soul is not yours anymore. You're a different person.
Correct.
Kinda
The
like
new
a
warrior
reincarnation.
jar wakes up,
So
and
what?
they call upon your spirit.
I need a nap.
So what would happen if we made a giant colossal warrior jar body and then started throwing bunches of bodies in it?
Good question. You should totally figure that out.
It'd be like the really big one on the cliff in Elden Ring.
Lord.
Show me what you've got. You
Show
immediately
me what
summon
you've
an enemy
got.
spirit. It parries you, stabs you through the chest.
Point at the ground.
Yeah, down points.
Down.
Then vanishes.
I just want that. Can we just have that?
Yeah, that's a great place to call. Thank you guys so much for coming on. Thank you guys so much for playing. I look forward to seeing you on the 20th of November for episode 6.
Oh boy.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gotcha.
See you later.
All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I really enjoyed today's episode. I hope that you did as well. We are going to end it here. And that'll be that. So thank you all for hanging out, and tomorrow we will be live again with some video games and hanging out with chat. So I will see you all in Discord later today, and I hope you have a fantastic, wonderful, and amazing afternoon or evening wherever you are, and I will see you all next time.